I should have seen this as like there's always food on it. There's always food on it. You have to pick it up with
Yeah, I know exactly.
Robert?
No.
I love the lunch.
That's light. I can't close it. Like, so like 5 minutes.
That's fine.
I'm called this meeting to order at 7:15 p.m. Is the signing of the attendance sheet being passed around?
Oh,
Is it something?
yeah, it's over here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna move into the approval of the minutes. My minutes, or my Gmail's not loading, so somebody has to know what those minutes are. Thank you. Okay, is there a motion?
I motion to approve the minutes for.
Clutching seconds, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, by motion of 11 to 0, the motion passes and the minutes are approved. Okay, approval of the agenda. Are there motions to amend the agenda? Okay, oh, so action item, can we get a motion to, yeah, okay, a second. Okay, Lalo seconds, all in favor? To add Naomi's bylaw change to the agenda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, oh, sorry, yeah, you can, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Jonathan, are you raising your hand? Thank you, 11, okay, by motion of 11 to 0, the motion passes and the bylaw change is added to the agenda as an action item vote. Other items?
The funding of it.
Okay, is that, okay, we still need a vote on it, so. Is there a motion? Okay, take a collection motion. Okay, so, seconded, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To add, collections funding guidelines to the agenda. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. By motion of 11 to 0, the motion passes and the funding guidelines are added to the agenda. Strike AAC travel grant? Yeah. Wait, Ryan, somebody raise their hand over there? Strike TGIF.
Can we strike art?
Strike art. Can we add a discussion item on referenda to new business?
Can you strike capital contingency?
Strike capital contingency? Wait, Robert, what did you say? On referendum. Okay, other amendments to the agenda? Okay, if there's no amendments, can I get a motion? Okay, can I get a second? Okay, 90 seconds, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. By a motion of 11 to 0 to 0, the agenda is approved. Okay, so we're going to move first into Alexis. Thank you for coming out tonight. So Alexis serves on our board of directors for ASUCLA. You can just announce however you want why you are here.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexis, like Robert said. I am a first year appointee for ASUCLA Board of Directors. I'm the undergraduate representative. I'm one of the University of Vegas. And then, anyways, I'm here to present the check on behalf of ASUCLA Board of Directors. This is a check that comes from our t-shirt contest that we host once a year now. We've had it recently in December. And so I'm the chair of our services committee. That's what I want to say. I'm the chair of services committee. And so, yeah, we just get together and we shoot shirts. And we had a lot of representation this year from both undergraduate students and graduate students. This is the first year we saw a lot of graduate students participate. So that was really cool. And so obviously this is a chance for students, you know, to just be very creative, to show their creative side, and have their shirt in store. So that's really cool. But also the proceeds go back to student-run organizations, which is why we're doing the check here. So on behalf of ASUCLA, we'd like to present you guys this
And yeah, thank you, Ken, for your leadership too with the t-shirt design contest. Okay, so with that, we'll now move back onto the agenda of contingency programming. Oh, she said strike contingency. Oh, hi.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This week we received 53 applications for the contingency programming fund. That's for both USAC and non-USAC groups. The total amount requested was $52,863.86. And our recommendation is $14,117.84.
I motion to approve the total recommended amount of $14,117.84 to contingency.
Is there a second? Okay, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. By motion of 11 to 0 to 0, the motion passes. Contingency programming is approved for this week. SFS allocations. Jonathan.
Hi, this week for SFS, we received 4 applications for a total requested amount of $4,012.56, and have a recommended allocation of $3,412.56 to CSC and non-CSC.
Okay, is there any opposition? Okay, if there's no opposition, then SFS allocations are approved for this week. Sorry, Jonna, I just realized I hopped around. EVP compensation.
Dear USAC Meeting Solicitor Connie, I am here to remind you all of my reality and urge you to take action accordingly. As you are aware, I am USAC's external vice president. This letter is a reminder to you all that as an association, there is a massive grievance that has been understated and overlooked for far too long. I come here tonight with so much pain, anxiety, and frustration to ask you all for support, but I want to be clear before I start that my emotions in this context are not directly towards anyone at this table. I am here because I have not been paid, and the work of the members in this position should never be compensated. I was allocated funding from this council when I launched office status, but it is week 6 now, and I have not received any updates since then about when to expect me. I've been surviving off of $800 from my last paycheck, and now only have $50 remaining. I am here to highlight the inequity and injustice that is occurring to myself and my whole team. But also to remind you all of the reality that I am not the only one without doctor status, and that this university has a responsibility to pay me for my labor and my skill to do so. According to our election code bylaws and constitution, there are only a few requirements that an individual must meet in order to be eligible to hold office at UCLA's Undergraduate Student Association. 1, you must be currently registered to take. 2, you must be currently enrolled in at least 4 units. 3, you must have at least a 2.0 cumulative grade point average. 4, you must not be subject to any administrative disciplinary sanctions. Lastly, no member of the association shall run for or be appointed to an office which he or she is eligible to hold for its whole term. Additionally, for external vice president, the candidate must have completed 72 quarter units by the petition filing deadline, 12 of which must have been earned while enrolled at UCLA. I met all of the requirements and won my election uncontested in May of 2019. Therefore, the university began to pay me for my labor as soon as I processed my hiring paperwork, up until my DACA status expired on January 1st, 2020. The duties of external vice president are that A, I shall assist the president and council in coordinating advocacy efforts on behalf of student interests and shall represent the association to off-campus entities as delegated by the president or council. B, I shall assist the president in ensuring that council members understand the issues being advocated by USAC and USAC-sponsored groups. C, my specific duties shall be those delineated in bylaws and other functions as delegated by council. To fulfill those duties, I ran on several campaigns, I have my own staff team, and I'm the only council member required to work 1 weekend every month at UCSA board meetings. Taking my job requirements into consideration, I have not failed to do any work that would make me ineligible for pay. In fact, I'm here today carrying out my duty to highlight for you all that you all must work together as a council to engage in advocacy with my consent, as it is in the best interest of this council and the undocumented community at UCLA and across the UC that I get paid. This advocacy should be work that is done in coordination with me, as I am the one being affected, and I will not accept any help other than that of which I agree to. I am here because it says impacted by well-being in far too many ways than I even know how to describe. I feel ostracized and undeserved by this institution and my peers. While being a leader and representative for the 45,921 enrolled students at this university. I bring my circumstances to your attention because there are plenty of non-DACA students at UCLA and across the UC that do, with lack of university employment opportunities. I've worked with them in the past, and I still work with and for them today. To uplift them and fight for equal opportunities. At this moment, I am fighting to stop tuition hikes that will impact every student at this university and thousands of others in the future. The regions have been spoken over. But I think it's important to highlight the ironies of the situation. I believe that through my experiences in leadership, we have a strong possibility of defeating that tuition hike. However, if we were to achieve that vision, it would be off the back of current unpaid labor and overhead wages that I have fought against throughout my entire undergraduate career. This is the legacy that I am setting myself up for, and I refuse to be complicit in sanctioning this university's negligence anymore. How can I reasonably be expected to be the voice for UCLA students time and time again when their leaders being expected to survive their lack of basic needs? I do not have a good job, I did not know that undocumented students without DACA would be virtually ineligible for office at this institution, even though we have given decades of knowledge, service, and leadership at this institution. I did not know as a freshman that in my senior year, I would fight to keep a job at USAC because I've always hated USAC. Yet here I am tonight, doing work for peers like you because I have love for others and a passion for fighting injustice. I cannot be quiet anymore, and I will never forget the ways that this university has wronged me and so many others. I urge you to take action accordingly. I'm not available for questions or comments at this point. I don't want to talk to you. I think you more regarding work, and if you want to help me out with the issues that I have highlighted, you may contact me at my email at USAC@gmail.com. Moving forward, I will only participate at meetings by writing my staff meetings, but I will not be present at future USA Council meetings or USAC board meetings until I get paid.
John. With that, we're going to move to our public comment section. Public comment is 3 different rounds. It's no audio, no video, audio, no video, and then audio and video. Each public commenter shall have 2 minutes to speak once. We just ask that you be respectful, whether in their time. So with that, we'll start our no audio, no video public comment. And with the audio and video round. And we will conclude public comment at 7:33 p.m. and move back into our allocations for our funding bodies. I believe we're on SWC program allocations.
I also, for the programming fund this week, a total of $750 was allocated and $1,224.19 was requested, and the allocation was to one non-USAC entity.
there any opposition? Okay, if there's no opposition, then the SWC program fund allocations are approved for this week. Is there some, so there, from EDP, we're not having senior allocations, I'm assuming as a table then? Yeah, okay. And voting on to ASRF allocations. You're good.
The ASR is allocating $5,788 to non-USAC entities.
Is there any opposition? Okay, if there's no opposition, then ASRF allocations are approved this week. Okay, there was a miscommunication, as I'm assuming, about public comment, audio and video, so yeah, I can do around people who are intending to do audio and video.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Sorry.
Audio and video, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brett. I'm here with Calvert, and I'm here to give you guys a quick update about our new voters project. So, as you may have heard, Calvert is part of the oldest and largest nonpartisan youth voter movement, right? Mobilization effort in the country. Here at UCLA, we are working with the EVP office to co-run the Bruins Vote Coalition. This week, we are actually running a huge voter registration drive to try and get the new generation coming in to vote. And I need some notes. That's right. Okay. So our register to vote drive is going to be meeting up until the last day to vote, which is Tuesday the 18th. So if anyone here isn't registered, please do that with that. And since CalPERT actually lobbied our registrar's office after the 2018 midterm elections, we were able to, or it's confirmed now, we're going to have a vote center in Ackerman for 11 days leading up until the day of the election. So here at CalPERT, we're very excited to increase the new generation voting, so our generation can get a voice in the process. Thank you.
Continue audio and video version of public comment.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rania from CalPERT as well. I'm actually an intern on the Plastic Free Seas campaign. And so, if you didn't know, CalPERT is a statewide student organization that's been around for over 25 years, working to protect the environment, food security, and increase civic engagement. On campus right now, we are working on our Plastic Free Seas campaign, our New Voters project, and we are also working on textbooks more affordable by starting an open access textbook program. And so today I have a couple of exciting updates in regards to our plastics campaign. So every quarter we run a pledge drive in order to collect support from the student body. And so our funding is what actually gives us the power to run big environmental campaigns on campus and to win for the environment. And so this also allows us to educate the campus community on these issues and to give them an opportunity to help make a difference and shape their future in a positive way. And so we just finished up our pledge drive and we successfully signed up 1,014 new members to our organization. And we also collected 1,500 petitions in support of our campaign to get rid of single-use plastics in all of LA County. And so we know that having our county supervisor's public endorsement on this ordinance that would get rid of single-use plastics in our county would make it more likely to pass and get us closer to actually saving our oceans and protecting marine wildlife. And so a recent report on the negative impacts of plastics was recently released by UCLA Luskin Center. The report outlines how our county is not doing a very good job at recycling and how we are still currently using single-use plastic food serviceware. And so, in other words, it just finally says that plastic is really bad for our environment, which most of us do anyway. But yeah, finally, we appreciate USAC's support on this issue, and we will continue to prioritize our Plastic Free Seas campaign in order to create a healthier and brighter future
to, but I'll probably call you. Okay, then we will conclude public comment at 7:39 p.m. Okay, so we're going to go into special presentations, parking. Discuss the parking referendum. Yeah. Or transportation, sorry, transportation referendum.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cassie Halls. I'm a graduate student in the Urban and Regional Planning Program at UCLA Boston.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brittany Montaño. I'm a fourth year, and I'm also the underrepresented Transportation Services Advisory Board.
Yeah, so just to follow up on that, there's a Transportation Services and Parking Advisory Board. I'm the graduate representative. She's the undergraduate representative. And one thing we're trying to progress forward is a transit access pass referendum. Okay. Did you know how to start? Okay, so everyone, I don't know if anyone knows about the current UPass program that we have. It's called Broom Go. We also have something called Metro Go. These are two different passes you can sign up for that allow you to get access to different bus service throughout LA County. But what our idea is that there should be a universal transit pass, which many other universities have done, that allow every student to be automatically enrolled in this UPass program. And it would reduce fees for everyone and allow for much easier mobility across the LA County area. So the idea is that your Broom card would actually allow you to get on all the trains, all the buses, any public transportation within LA County.
And just to get more understanding, my personal story, going into UCLA, I knew that I was going to be a commuter, so I commute from Long Beach to UCLA every day, amounting to about, I would like to say, 50 miles back and forth. So I knew going that, but that was just because of just the high cost of living in Westwood and just understanding, just keeping in mind about just financial aid and whatnot. So I actually use all sources of transportation when I came into UCLA, even though I knew I was going to be a commuter. I did not have a license, so I really needed to depend on public transportation. I tried Vanpol, and if you've ever used it, it's depended on parameters of a certain time and getting picked up at like 4:30 and whatnot, and you're with some other people that work at UCLA, whether they're students, PhD students, or work at UCLA. And that was also very constricting to my experience at UCLA because, of course, anything past 4:30, usually the professors have better classes. And I also tried public transportation, but of course there were sometimes hiccups with the Blue Line, Expo Line, and then finally got my license. But of course that's very expensive, especially with gas. And just I would hope that there was a better option for public transportation. And of course there is the development of the Purple Line only for the Olympics, but I hope that we can drive the idea for transportation for all and being more accessible.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that really quick. When I started my program at UCLA, I was trying to locate mainly around bus lines because I also don't drive. And this is actually a map from 2016, which have pretty insane rents for these different areas that are accessible within 30 minutes by bus, and it's only getting worse. So right now, if you use the current UCLA Transit Pass program, you have to pay different amounts for different municipal bus providers. So let's say you're traveling from Antelope Valley or you're traveling from another part of LA County, it's very difficult to patch together all the different UCLA pass programs. So it's a growing problem because it's getting more and more expensive to live around here. And this is, Brittany touched on this as well, but we're seeing a lot of public transportation use of students, but students are really paying a lot for the service that they are getting. There is a semi-subsidized transportation option, but it's, as I mentioned, you get one, so the way it works is you get one quarter for free, but there's all these different transit passes that are very complicated, and they involve multiple steps. So for example, you have to pay $40 on average per quarter. And you have to go through all these hoops in order to register and get the card. Most likely people who are signing up for this are already using transit. We really want people who aren't using transit to start using transit because it's a great option. And you also have to make time to schedule and go into the transportation services office. I don't know if anyone has had experienced this. It takes time and you have to renew every quarter. And I just wanted to counter this with, I previously went to the University of Washington and they have the transit card that gives you access to all the ferries and all the buses and trains. And it's a great way to see the city, and it really shaped my experience at the University of Washington. So UCLA should not fall behind. So our concept is to provide a universal Brew Go transit access pass. And actually the technology is already there. The main transit agency, LA Metro, already has a UPass program that any university can sign on to. We do currently have a working relationship with the Transportation Services Department is working with LA Metro, but they're not really taking full advantage of the card that LA Metro has.
Yeah, so to expand more on Brew Go and Transit Access Pass, what we'd like to include is that the idea is there would be unlimited quarterly access on different city buses and train services. So we can understand that Los Angeles County is extremely big and will cover the different cities to include. So like LA Metro, whether Big Blue Bus, Culver City, and other operations, including Miami Town, Long Beach Transit. So that'd be super amazing to have them all in a cohesive bus pass. And I think with that in mind, it will be just more understanding of having the service for all. And I think especially with getting out of that Westwood bubble and expanding more.
So all the places you can go on transit, I think that one issue that I experience is it's hard to get out of the west side, it's hard to explore, but having a transit pass allows you, even if you don't commute to campus, it allows you to get to the beach. It's easier to hang out with friends and go places. You can go downtown. I don't know if you all use the train system here. You can get around pretty easily.
The idea is going beyond the Santa Monica Pier. So with all that, I think there's many benefits to having a universal Brew Go transit pass. So again, Los Angeles County is humongous, so we would love people to have access, and it would be amazing, especially for more opportunities, whether if you have an internship or job, part-time job going into downtown Los Angeles, having that access and availability so you don't have to be with the struggles of the 405. I dearly hope you don't have to go through that. With that, you just get to explore and just have to understand what the city offers. And with that, I think it truly expands your experience with UCLA, just with culture and the city overall.
And even if you don't use transit, you'll get more people off the road. It will reduce the demand for parking and the amount that UCLA is spending for parking. It will make our air quality better. It has many benefits. And even if you don't use transit right now, having this card makes it super easy. If you want to go down into Westwood Village, it's a lot easier. And last thing I would note is, I know that, so I'll go to the next slide. It would come out to $15 per quarter. So about the price of a meal in Ackerman. But I know that even $15 is expensive for some students. And one thing to note is that financial aid will cover the cost of 50% of undergraduate students that are currently receiving financial aid. And that's 52% of the graduate students. So this benefits everyone, and especially benefits people who are already relying on these PASS programs. And also, we're way behind because all the other UC schools already have this universal PASS program. Even USC does. So I think we can catch up. Another thing to note is this is not a new concept. We actually had a similar program called Brew Go that we have now, but is not as effective. Essentially, it allowed you to use your Bruin card and get on Big Blue Bus for free. All you had to do was show the card. And students said pretty amazing things. This was in 2000. The Institute of Transportation Studies studied students, and we got over 16,000 responses. 1,600 responses. People said that it affected more than just their commute. It provided a huge difference on their education. It allowed them to not get stranded. It allowed them to feel like it saved their life. It allowed them to have a greater social network, that they felt safer on the bus. They can meet friends and go places. So I think this is a really already proven example of something that works.
And then just overall, if we do implement this, and we should truly do, it would allow us to be the biggest and best in the nation with just the service of the transit pass. And then overall, that'd be a great recruitment, just showing to parents and students about just accessibility within the city and just opportunities overall.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, so typically in presentations, we allow for like a 5 to 10 minute, and we can extend it question and answer period. You all aren't prepared for that, or prepared for that? You all are? Okay, cool. Then we will start with 5 minutes. So we have 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, with 5, and then continue if you want to. So this is, for context, this is a referendum proposition. So all referenda ballot propositions have to go through council. We are rapidly approaching the deadline for referendum ballot propositions to be added. So yeah, just get a look at that. Okay. Isabel.
Do you have any data that would show how many students would use the
So there is data from this Bruin Go example that I gave. There was, I don't know the exact number of students that used it, but essentially it induced more use of the bus. So there was a 40% increase in bus ridership among the student body.
Like 40% from what?
So I think right now I should have these numbers, but there's about, I think 6,000 or 7,000 students currently enrolled in the UPass program that we have, the Bruin Go program. But that could expand a lot more if all of the students use the PASS program.
Questions? Yeah, right.
It has one follow-up. Just wondering, what is your general position on tuition increases?
So I'm a graduate student. I pay for my tuition. I pay for all my student fees. So of course I am against student fee increases, but I think this is one, it's $15 per quarter. I think it's one that's really worth it. I think it's less than we pay for the gym. I think that there would be a tremendous benefit. And what's amazing is that the students that are relying on the transit pass program are paying $40 per quarter, and that's a pretty.
It will also cut off the extra fees that they're already paying and just wrap it in with financial aid.
This is more of a clarification question for Dr. Miller. Would this be a cross-council referendum?
Yes.
I can address that. So both USAC and GSA put it on their ballots, then it has to pass both USAC and GSA or it doesn't apply to either. And there would have to be a 20% voter turnout for both the undergrads and the grads. It would then be simple majority on both for it to pass. If one or the other runs it and the other does not, then if that government meets its required threshold and gets a simple majority, it would apply only to that population. If it's on both, then 25% of the amount of money collected from undergrads goes to undergraduate financial aid, and 25% of the amount of money collected from grad students gets returned to the grad division to be used as aid for grad students.
So, with student governments that you mentioned that have also, or not student governments, but other schools that have parking pass. I I know that most of those schools, their parking pass is not funded by referendum fee, it's funded like by the administration of the university. So how do we like reconcile with advocacy to put this on a ballot to increase student fees rather than like administration paying for it? And then also like, how would you reconcile and maybe this isn't a question for you, maybe this is a question for council, but like just because there will be multiple referenda likely this election cycle, how do we balance with like putting multiple referenda on a ballot? It has like the severe risk of reducing the likelihood that any referenda are passed because of that. I think like my first question is the one I'm interested in though.
Wait, so you're saying parking, but you mean transit?
Yes, so
Okay.
your transit referenda, if other schools that provide transit passes, that's what I mean, sorry, is not funded through referenda of their student governments. It's funded by the like, university administration. So like at USC, from my understanding, UC Irvine, they're funded through the administration. No referendum was ever passed for student fees to increase. So
No, there was a referendum in most of the UC systems.
Okay, because I work with those like, governments, and I know those two specifically. At least they haven't. Every government I've talked to doesn't do it through referenda. So I'm just wondering, like, not in like a conflictual way. Is there a reason why? Have you all pursued like alternatives with administration to see why there's like a lack of funding or support through those mechanisms to like not support it that way?
Okay, so I just want to clarify a few things. So most universities actually have a higher, when they get a universal pass program, the students are bearing most of the costs. Or almost all of the costs. And essentially they're paying more per quarter or semester than what we're proposing. UCLA actually is planning, the transportation services is planning to subsidize a larger proportion than those other UC schools. And this is the only way to get a student fee added, is through referendum. I mean, I'm not a student government person, so I don't know the details, but essentially to get it so that every student is on the PASS program, this is the only path that I've been presented.
Okay, yeah, I think just as a follow-up, my question is, instead of student fees paying for it, like was there ever a attempt, like at USC, which I'm certain of, where the administration covers their transit passes, and like has administration or UCLA just kind of outright rejected that, the funding's not there for the university to support something like this? I think like I'm asking like why a referendum?
That is, I mean, it's a good question. I don't think that UCLA has the resources to completely cover the cost. The $15 per quarter is already subsidized. So the university is bearing the brunt of a lot of the cost. I can get exact numbers and follow up you on that.
Awesome. I appreciate it. Okay.
So if transportation subsidizes, approximately how many passes would that cover? Like, would we be able to get some passes without doing the referendum?
So my understanding is that every student gets on their Bruin card a pass, but every time a student gets on the bus, it's 75 cents per boarding. So what the UCLA, what they're subsidizing is, what they're subsidizing is essentially the cost of running the program, and then they're subsidizing the 48% of students that are getting their costs covered. So like right now, the PASS program currently, all of the costs of administering the program are paid for by transportation services, and then the cost of actually using the services is paid by students. So it would be a pretty similar formula, it would just be bigger costs on the side of the university because all of the students are now enrolled.
So how much would it increase the cost of the student?
So it would go from $40 per quarter individually to transit, which would be $15 per quarter.
Does the 15 reflect the 25% return aid, or does it include transportation aid?
My understanding, and I can follow up on this, is that the 48%, are you talking about the 48% that are subsidized?
If you do $15 for your referendum, you let the money come to the transportation, and the remainder goes to financial aid. The transportation is 15, and $20 per quarter referendum.
Okay, well, I can follow up on this because I wasn't.
Isabel, in the back of the room.
Yeah. So I was looking, I tried to find the fees for other UCs in CSD, and they pay $64.58 per quarter. So how much originally is ours and how much is it?
So it originally was $50 a quarter. It went down, essentially UCLA Transportation Services has to guess how much students are going to use it in order to set the price. So it's gone down to, I think, $40 or $38 to get the transit pass. But that only covers one agency. I mean, it depends on what you're getting. So if you get the Metro Go, which is the main one that people use.
I mean, like for this UPass.
How much it costs overall?
Yes, how much does it cost and how much is it being subsidized?
I don't have those exact numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, the transportation services person didn't come, so.
And then, I forgot. Sorry, I'm just a little bit confused. You said that students currently pay $40. So could students buy this pass individually, or is it kind of all in one?
It would be automatically be on your Bruin card.
But could they pay individually?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna extend the time for like 10 minutes, I think.
So it'd be the same as if you're using the gym. So it's just automatically your card
I
works.
get that.
Yeah.
But like, why couldn't students opt it? Like,
Are you like opting in? Or
like, so students currently pay $40.
Yeah.
Could students not just pay the 15 out of pocket without the referendum?
No, because the reason why it's so much cheaper is because the whole student body is involved. So it's a lower cost involved.
It's like wholesale. It's busy.
Isabel, Naomi, can you ask a question too, and then around?
So with this, you wouldn't pay the 75 cents to board. It's just the $15 a quarter, and you can get on any bus, any like train.
Yes, so Long Beach Transit, the Antelope Valley, that's why we're very pushing for this idea, especially because there's various contracts, but if we get it within this subsidized manner and the $15 every quarter, that means we're able to get all of these. Because the transportation board has to go through so many just different, I would say contracts year by year, but if we're on this, it just makes it easier, like one rather than dealing with all mishmash.
I have a question, so the current Go Metro Pass doesn't cover all of, like, it leaves out Antelope Valley, right?
Yes. Okay. You get your metrics, of course, everything you have to pay, you have to, but this is all within on your card, right? So you don't have to navigate or just jump to get to the very valley in which the go that's here.
Yeah, and is Antelope Valley the only, like, section, of LA County that's left out of it?
No, I can show you. So currently, Metro Go can give you access to Big Blue Bus, which is Santa Monica, Culver City, and Metro. But Long Beach Transit, Pasadena, G-Trans, Dash, all of these are not included. You have to pay separate commuter fees.
So there'll be multiple fees.
My question is, so are you both involved in GSA?
No.
Okay, so my question is with GSA, with their referenda, I know that they're like total, from my understanding, they're like total cumulative fees that they have, that they pay currently, are like not much more than $15. They're like, I think $60, is that accurate? It's something around $16. So just based off you all said your graduate students, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We have professional fees, so it's like student fees and professional fees, yeah.
Yeah, so just like the feasibility of, from your perspective, like the feasibility of GSA voting to like raise their fees $16 or $15. Like what are your thoughts on that? I guess is my question.
I mean, I think, I'm not sure exactly, but it seems like graduate students are commuting farther, and so more of them would maybe use the service than undergrad. So to me, I mean, I don't know how the demographics are changing, but that has been something I've been thinking about. Undergrads, of course, I mean, some people are living on the hill, but a lot of people are not as well. So I think it's also viable.
Orion, rapidly.
Okay, so I've got 3 questions. The first one is, so the testimonials, was that from a program that's exactly identical to what would be in place after if this referendum passed?
It is basically identical, except that this one would be better because it'd be more than just big requests. That was just big requests.
So it would be a bigger survey.
Okay, and then, so you talked about having to pay different fees for these different classes. Does this, change the simplicity of the payments? Like before, do you have to have a different card for each one, or was it still just
Well,
the tap
so
card? And then-
LA Metro has a tap card. So that works among all of those systems, but the way it works is that as students, we get these subsidized rates, the $40 per quarter. So in order to use the subsidized rates, you have to actually enroll in multiple pass programs. So you might have to enroll in the Antelope Valley, I don't remember all of the pass programs here. You might have to enroll in the Long Beach Transit one, the Go Metro one, and maybe the Easy Transit. So you have to enroll in multiple, and it ends up being pretty expensive.
Oh, and each one is like $40 or?
Yeah, so some of them are more. Yeah. How much is the Long Beach Transit?
But of course, it's multiple choices, this is just a space. I don't think so, but I can forward that to the accounts. They vary.
But some students are paying over the $100 a quarter.
Okay, and then you have to like switch which card you use on each.
Yeah.
And has there been thought of maybe making it, so I see here that the system is both to improve the simplicity and also to kind of subsidize the piece of it. Has there been thought of making it, simple where everyone just uses a room card, but like you just, instead of paying for it through student fees, maybe it's through like Easy Pay or something, charging a room card, just to improve the convenience of students. Because like, I know for me, the 7 cents, like, is not a big inhibitor of English, but it's much to the
So unfortunately, I think on the back end, it needs to be, I think in order to get, so it's gonna be hard enough to get Bruin Card integrated with the UPass program. And I think the only way to do that is to say the entire student body is on it. Otherwise, that UCLA is not going to be interested in doing that. This is the only way to show that we have strong student support for using transit and that we want this to be. Yeah. I can look into it, but I don't think it's possible. Yeah.
So you said that you're not as familiar with the demographics of the student members now. I just want to raise a concern I feel like we're all kind of feeling. USAC, at least undergraduate council turnout has been historically low. Like, what was the fall election? 9%, and we have to have a 20% like turnout to even get the referendum passed. Assuming it gets the amount of votes it needs, we have to at least 10%, 20% turnout. So that's like a very, very big obstacle, aside from just whether or not people support this. Like I would be in full support of this, but I just like worry about mathematically how we're gonna get that turnout.
I guess I'm just wondering, have there been other referendum passed recently?
There hasn't been a referendum for any students that are currently on this council that has ever been passed by the Undergraduate Students Association, and then I don't know the last time. Was SGR passed by GSA too? Okay, so I don't know the last time the referendum was passed by Spark, wasn't it?
The last one that passed undergraduate students was the Graduate Writing Center fee. There was an attempt to raise it, but didn't hit the minimum threshold, and therefore didn't pass.
What year was that?
Just last year.
I think the broad concern is just the 20% for both and passing it. It's like the question we're addressing is just the feasibility of it. And this is something when you actually come to council to vote to put this on the ballot, which is a separate presentation. We'll essentially be missing it, just clarifying the data. You all can kind of like present your like reasoning then too. So I don't need to feel like we're making a decision now or anything. We're not.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think putting a referendum on the ballot, anyway, especially since the one that sounds like there's going to be multiple ones, referendums tend to get like student turnout, especially when they're like don't know how to do GSA, but I know like at least in the past, when I was passing my undergraduate, it's just people are saying, because one of the people like to complain that USAC can make use a little no, but so that just makes you really more aware, so that's when you kind of like use that to be like, hey, like it's not just like being raised for singing, you basically have to like put forth a campaign, basically like it's like you're campaigning and you're running like yourself.
And actually what I really hope to do, just in general, starting as soon as possible, whether in this quarter or next quarter, is just do student outreach, whether it's just like educational workshops, to just get more information out there. I think that's really crucial to be continuing like that type of organizing, and especially with this, maybe get new testimonials in that sense. Just I understand, but I don't know exactly if there's going to be a commuter association, or I'm not sure, but maybe getting more people and more, just in that sense, just more back with that.
Another server community students, that's first experience in this community committee. So I don't know if talking to that.
Hi, Brittany. I'm sorry, I've been like very hands off. Brittany is my appointment for TSAB, and I'll be at the next TSAB meeting next week or 2 weeks. But I was just gonna propose that you and I sit down and meet and like kind of go through the details for TSAB, so that maybe I can help you get the right resources and make it a lot clearer, and then the information and data that we need, we can request during the next TSAB meeting. That way we can kind of come back to council, week 9 or week 10, and have a much. When does the referendum?
So we would have to, unless this is changed, Dr. Kelly, we have to have it week 8, right?
So, okay, so from a process standpoint, in order for a referendum to move forward, I need the final language end of this week to send off to the president for them to review.
End of this.
In order to get on the GSA ballot, because your elections are a month before the USAC elections. If it's going to be on both, the language has to be identical for both. So that means by end of this week, I would need the final language, the question that people would be voting on, and any supplemental information we would like to appear on the ballots.
Okay.
That would go up to Office of the President for review. They do a review for compliance with university policy and applicable laws, not a viewpoint review. They then will send back their feedback. It typically takes about 3 weeks to get their feedback. You would then have to either accept their feedback or decide not to move forward, because there will be time to start the process over with different set of evidence. You would have to take this to GSA Forum at their March meeting, because it's the only meeting before elections.
Yeah.
They would have to vote to put it on their ballot at that time. You would need to then make a presentation to the Student Fee Advisory Committee, SFAC. It's not for their recommendation, it's simply an information presentation, much like what you did here. At some point between now and the GSA elections, once GSA puts it on its ballot, it would go to to Jeff Roth, who oversees academic planning and budget. He does a review of the math. He has to determine that the amount of money you are proposing is sufficient to deliver what you're promising. If not, the amount would have to change so that the service you're promising can be delivered. From there, it goes to the chancellor, who approves it going forward on the ballot. Now, the USAC timeline is a little slower, but if this is going in both places, it gets driven by the GSA timeline. It just means you have more time to come and get USAC to put it on its ballot. If it goes only on GSA, we can petition the chancellor to reduce the 20% turnout to 10. The last referendum that passed with GSA was 2013 for the Graduate Writing Center. It was a graduate-only fee. The voter turnout was 11%. It's been a very long time since the graduates have reached 20%. If it goes on both, you both have to hit 20 independently. If So we need a sense of what USAC is doing by the time we go forward to the chancellor, which would be after that March forum meeting of GSA. With USAC, there would be a vote that USAC would make to decide does it go on their ballot or not. Their timeline is going to be driven by their election ballot, which we don't have yet, but we anticipate getting the election calendar very soon. But they've got a little more time, so the drive would be GSA decision. Although it's important to know before GSA elections, is USAC also going to do it or not? Because if they are, we can't petition the chancellor to reduce the graduate turnout. It is only as bad as we can. The question itself needs to describe very briefly what the fee is for. So it would be shall the UCLA undergraduates institute a new fee to subsidize a universal transportation pass. The fee would be $15 or $20 per quarter. It would begin being collected in fall 2020. It would be increased by the LA County Consumer Price Index every fill in the time period, every year, every 2 years, starting in fall of fill in the year. 25% of the amount collected will be returned to students in the form of financial aid. And then you either need to specify the fee will not be collected in the summer, or the fee in the summer will be 60% of the fee the rest of the year. That's the general policy on fees. As you move forward, you're going to want to consult with the transportation staff to verify how much money do they need. Do they need 9, or 11, or do they need 15? And what about summer? Is the program not going to be offered in summer? Or if it is, what do you have to do to fees all year to generate enough money over the course of the year to make up for the fact that in summer, the fee is only 60% and fewer people enroll in pay. So those are the things that APB would be checking when they do the math check. So you want to get all of that up front. I'll give you both my card. If you have questions, we can follow up. So, okay.
Yeah, great.
This is also just going back to the voter turnout issue that we were discussing earlier. I think our freshman year, which was like one of the more contentious elections in my time at UCLA and in recent memory, the voter turnout was 18%. And that was also after, I'd say, a year of like bubbling up leading to that. I don't think we have, like, this is just my opinion, I don't think we have that sort of momentum. So I support the proposal, just to be transparent on that. But at the same time, if you put the proposal on the ballot and it doesn't pass simply because it's going to be very hard to go from 9% to 20% in not even a year, in like 6 or 7 months, then in future years, it would be very, I think, this is my opinion, it would be very hard to like.
What are you citing for the voter? You're talking about USAC?
I'm talking about our freshman year, wasn't voter
It was
turnout?
above 20. It was, so the only time, actually, with USAC, the only time it's not been above 20 is last year, it was our special election.
I still like special elections are different.
Yeah.
No, but even last year it was 14.
No, it was 16. I'm saying that was the first year that a general election for USAC was below 20, like in decades. It's been almost, it's been at 40 before, for the past like 10 years before 2019. So
Okay, if we can go from 9% to 20% in 6 months, that would be really incredible. But I'm still skeptical if that's possible.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Sorry, I'm gonna let you all respond, and then I'm gonna go. Mahika, sorry, Naomi, Mahika, Lalo.
Okay, well, I have a question, but I just wanted to, this is just also a fun fact too. USAC or AAC's travel grant mini fund now also subsidizes or reimburses undergrads only, unfortunately, for semester classes and something else. I want to check. we're currently doing that too. We haven't gotten any feedback, but I feel like if we do, and if there are folks that are using it, I would definitely relay that information and those workers to y'all so that you can see that, utilizing it, right, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, that's it. Makika?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that, the 9% for the fall election isn't like a good measure for like predicting what's gonna happen in the spring, because like first of all, in the spring, like there was only like there were like 2 contested positions. Not even everyone was running for, like not all 15 offices were even like gonna be filled. There were no referenda, and then with the fall, there was like less than half of like the things that people would care about, like for the fall election as well. So I don't like, I'd say if there was a referenda, especially to like increase student fees, I'd actually say that would positively impact the voter turnout in the spring election. So I also don't think it's like our job to be like worrying about voter turnout. Like this is about whether or not this referenda is like strong enough to like be on the ballot, and like Dr. Geller just gave some very helpful points on how to get it there. And like I don't think our job as a council is like to, I don't know, predict how many people are gonna vote.
Yeah.
We don't have control over that. It's just about like seeing whether this is viable and like it's factually based and like good enough to present to the student body as like an option.
Great, yeah, and I would just say that to me, this seems like the most logical and most reasonable thing, considering what other schools have done and how pervasive this is in other places. I think that students could turn out, and especially if there's some direct benefit to them. And I think this is our first, like, we should try this first before we go to Plan B. I think there might be other opportunities if there's expressed interest, but I think going with a referendum is a good first go. And maybe the students don't turn out, but maybe they do.
This is Lau.
I need to pick this apart because I actually really like the new pass system. But have you all considered like negotiating with transit as like a collective body with other universities in the County?
So that has already been done. So the current Metro UPass program, they've essentially tried to design something that all universities can sign on to. And they made it pretty cheap. They made it $75 per boarding. But UCLA still hasn't fully adopted that system. So part of it is that if all of the student body go on, they're gonna fully adopt that system and make it on the Broom card.
So I think I'm misunderstanding even. Like I meant that, like what you're proposing, which is like $15 a quarter for us, like has that been negotiated with like USC and like, I don't know, CSULA, CSUS? Yeah, like all the other LA universities, like have you all collectively like, I don't know if that's the correct term.
So, yeah, I think the current announcement is the UPass, this overall little sticker right here. That's what we're trying to get and adopt, but I'm pretty sure I know that LMU, USC, they're all in that program, but it's just adopting it, and that's what we're trying to bring forth with the idea of subsidizing and getting it across the base of all undergraduates and graduates. And I know especially that also coincides with community colleges, because for my work, I'm helping out giving out these passes.
Okay,
So
what is it?
We're just behind, that's the problem.
Yeah, so then, I guess this is going back to my other question. So what is the negotiated price that the LA universities have negotiated with transit for?
That's the 75 per boarding on all systems. And that comes out to $40. So the reason why it's $40 is that there's only X number of students on it, maybe 7,000. I'm not.
No, I mean the like mandatory like student fee. So like for us it's $15, but it's only $15 because our transit.
They do a student fee.
That's the referendum.
At other schools is what you're asking?
Yeah.
No, that's what I was asking earlier.
So then what are other schools paying for the pass?
I'm saying the administration of those schools is paying for that.
So what is administration of other schools paying for?
I don't know.
Pay for it?
What
I
are
think
they,
that
what's the
is that-
cost?
I mean, I directly work with like all the student governments in LA.
We're gonna get better at that. But I know like UC Berkeley students pay, I think, $65 per quarter. I can come up with the exact number. And they're essentially paying more for what we would offer for less. And all the students are on it.
Okay, so 65 is the UPass cost.
Yes.
And then UCLA transportation was subsidized. $50.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I don't have these exact
Okay.
numbers. Yeah, I didn't know that we were gonna get into these numbers.
That's what I want to bring up, is I think we should table this discussion until you all formally present it as a vote for council. So as Dr. Miller said, the next step for this is that you all would vote on this as a ballot proposition with the language presented to council. Council would make a judgment based off the language, based off the feasibility of putting it on the ballot, and then we would vote for it on the ballot. And I would obviously recommend that at that point you all would have the specifics about like, if there are universities that have something to recommend it. All Isabel's questions about the numbers, that would be a time to do that. So we are going to definitely repeat this conversation again. I don't want to keep you all here all night, keep us here all night either. So, okay, any final pressing questions? Okay, thank you both for bearing with us tonight, we appreciate it. Okay, we are going to move right into election updates. Hang on 10 seconds. To myself.
Can I send mine? Wait, are these air phone? Yes. Oh, sure, okay.
She was so happy about
She was so happy. Wait, mine, I'm gonna drop mine now. It is just like, I'm sorry, it's weird.
Who whispered Robert? Hi. Yeah, okay. I'm happy.
I'm back. So the presentation that I sent out in week 3 for you all, it's the same link. I just added slides towards the beginning. So I hope that was convenient. I'll give everybody a second for those. Or should I send it again?
Yeah, can you please?
We should have sent it out.
What's all of you signing now? It's Wi-Fi track.
Just use that.
At 8 still, yeah.
USAC Council, USA Council.
I will.
She's not.
send it just now. I feel like a minute ago.
Did you send it?
Wow.
Okay, sounds like that. Did you send it, man? Yeah, I can send it. Where?
I'm still taking my pictures.
I wish we did. Did they? I went to, no, I didn't register to sit.
Student body was just looking at do you like to these students to ones that they believe? I think that's exactly
It's like you have a bus to a train to another bus, and you're like, it's 3 hours long.
She just sent it right now. Oh, it usually takes a little while to like, it's probably just a link.
Robert, constitutional amendments don't have to go through the ballot.
They have to be approved by council, it's my understanding.
No, I know, but they're not,
What do you-
like, non-funding ones.
Oh, yeah, you can wait to add.
Like, I don't wanna add more.
You don't have to do the weekdays.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Oh, it just came.
Yeah, I just got it.
I think it like sends it through like all the filters and spam stuff, so it's really slow. Yeah, I've been really very hard.
Wait, Dr. Really brief question. So just like week 8 for USAC, right? Is that Is there a day on week 8? So by council, we have to approve everything by.
No, you don't. The organizers have to come up with.
Oh, so I have a question. I have a logo that I wanna send to you.
Update.
To put in the comments, but this part is not one. Can you remove that? Like a business card?
Oh.
Do I need to send it to imperative or can you?
No, our marketing team will.
Okay, I just don't wanna, you've had issues where the yellow is renewing.
Oh, like when you try to.
Yeah, I just want this. Or
Yeah,
you can-
you just want the circle.
Yeah,
only.
exactly.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they'll.
Okay, let's.
And then also do the calculations on there.
Okay, let Lily ask a question, then we're gonna move to the presentation.
No, it's fine.
Dr. Kim, TSAC, Transportation Services meets, Friday every day from 2:30 to 3:30. Like, would it be possible to submit the formal language after that on Friday?
So from a USAC perspective, the answer is yes. The problem is the GSA elections, that's too late to get your.
And then last
in time for theirs, they need language this Friday.
And the language has to be exactly the same.
If it's going on both, it needs to be the same.
Okay, yeah, I have a discussion item for Robert that like we can, I know that it's like a lot of people have a lot of different questions, so like I think we should discuss it. So, okay, Navi, hi.
Alright, this is so I did a second logo refresh, and then I talked to, say, marketing, and they're like, no, this is the third logo refresh, this is our newest logo. Please note that we are called the Elections Board. No, we're not the election, you have the USAC Elections Board, but the USA Elections Board, which is the Constitution. Turns out everybody's been calling it wrong the last like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus years. So, Elections Board. Okay, a quick update from my activities last couple weeks. Nothing super important that I want to go reset for. We're on a new website. You can kind of take a look right now if you like. Eventually, report to that new address. It looks totally garbage on phones and iPads right now, but I'm working to fix that. But it looks nice on computers from what I've heard. Not that one. You have to click the link. The first one. The election board on the site. That'll eventually, the link that you just clicked will lead to this page. It takes a second. Oh, that's the hashtag for this site. It's my voice hashtag for voices. And that needs to be updated. Links aren't working yet, like I said, kind of a work in progress. Don't waste much time on it. Okay, let's see. So, a couple things I'll be presenting tonight, the election calendar. Go right into the elections calendar. Did you want to, it's fine, we can go to the next one. You can read that if you like. Okay, so originally I proposed a candidate / USAC info session. We mixed that instead because we were afraid of turnout. So instead, we're actually reaching out to student boards on an individual basis, reaching out to students on an individual basis and setting meetings with them. So far, we have about 10 meetings confirmed. We just had one in council yesterday. We're in Democrats, we're in local unions tomorrow. If you are involved in organizations that you would like to hear a presentation on, like how to run essentially, or like a brief, like a 2-minute crash course on how to run, please have them reach out to me. I am also reaching out, just have them reach out to me. Election board is up to you. In terms of election calendar, I am giving an extra 1 week for candidate packet circulation. So right now I have to go live next Tuesday around 2:30 p.m., which is an extra 1 week. Very intentional. More time, I didn't see a downfall in having candidate packets out for longer. There's also going to be an extra 1 week for online campaigning. I already told you that a couple weeks ago. And then originally I was going to put an extra 2 days of on-campus campaigning, but I ended up bumping up to 1 week of on-campus campaigning. At the end of the day, I felt that the extra publicity generated during that week would help increase voter turnout to some extent. And so I found it to be a positive conclusion. As you know, we're not doing endorsement hearings this year. We're doing Streamline Plus endorsements, and we're going to be doing two lead candidates in total. One will be in the space that have already been booked. One will be during, you'll see in the calendar. One will be on the Hill at night, and the other one will be during here. We'll be in Ackerman during the day from 11 to 3, and food will be served, so we're going to try to get some students to come in during that time. If you click on the actual link there, you'll be able to pull up the calendar. Yeah, go for it. So dates in yellow are ones that USAC has to approve. Dates in orange are ones that I'm just putting out there for you to enjoy. Any questions on the election calendar?
Sorry. For the orange ones? So from my understanding, I wasn't here when you presented the first time, so I may be completely misunderstanding stuff, but the whole entire calendar has to be approved. Are you saying that because people, so those are the times for meet the candidates in the.
No, we're just like for the election calendar. delegates. That's kind of the concept along with it.
Oh, wait.
What's the link?
For the election code, like what section?
Wait, from my understanding, the calendar as a whole is a portion of the bylaws that needs to be approved, right? Like, that's my understanding, that the election code acts as a portion of the bylaws that has to, I'm not saying this in like a way to challenge what you have up here. I'm saying this is a part of the bylaws, it's written in the bylaws, and as such, it has to be approved as such.
I'm just saying that it doesn't matter to me, I'm just saying that those delegates with specific dates included in the election code that we signed as part of the calendar.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to be clear, we're voting on the calendar as a whole. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, questions? I do, but let's leave it.
Wait, so in terms of when, in terms of when campaigning starts, how many weeks is the entire process?
You'll have 3 weeks of campaigning, online campaigning, 2 weeks of physical campaigning. That's up from 2 weeks of online campaigning and 1 week of physical campaigning.
My question to that is, and we can address this when we vote on it, but last year, for the general election, this actually a nearly identical calendar presented of extending election online and on campus as well to, I think, an additional week for each. Both were unanimously disapproved by council, and like the reasoning for that, specifically with on-campus campaigning, was that like and I'm trying to speak on behalf of, I can't speak on behalf of council last year, but the impression was that the labor the candidates had to go through to on-campus campaign, whether that's flyering, campaigning, doing all that for 2 weeks during midterm season, whether it's like week 4, week 6, or week 5, was like a lot. So I just want to express that my concern is particularly with on-campus campaign being extended, and I think definitely that's something we should discuss as a council before moving forward with that. Although I do appreciate, like, I know the sentiment is to increase engagement and like an opportunity for candidates to express themselves.
So the reason why I and my team decided to put this forward is because it seems extremely disingenuous on the part of the staff to show up in front of students during voting week, and that's the only time they really have a physical presence on campus and ask for votes. We felt that at least by increasing it by, and my original proposal was for 2 days, and I upped it to 1 week, was to show students that at least there's a slight presence before voting starts, and they can engage with candidates prior to the voting actually starts. Because you kind of understand why students might feel, or we do feel, the USAC's only there when they need my vote during election week. That's the only time we do that engagement. Yeah.
Also, one other thing is, I think during election seasons in general, whether on-campus campaigning is allowed or not, if you're running for a spot, realistically, it's on your mind during that time. So, I mean, if it's allowed, then you can be campaigning, but you're not required, you're not forced to be campaigning during that time, but you're still going to be thinking about it anyway. So it's not like during that week, like you're somehow like in a vacuum where you're not thinking about it.
I'll just say that same argument got brought up to council last year, and the response to that is I think it's I don't think it's true that there's not an intense feeling of obligation that you have to be out on the roadblock the whole entire day, flyering constantly, especially in competitive elections. I think like by all accounts of every election that's happened, there is that obligation that's there, and then that takes a toll on students' mental health, and I want to be like really mindful of that too. And like, I understand the engagement stuff, like it's literally my first platform is to like engage students, and that's something I prioritize too. And I just want to make sure like we're balancing that, because I know this was something that like last year on this council we all cared about too. And I just don't think it's fair to say that like people really have an option to not be out there constantly. Like I think for most of us that wasn't the case. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I agree in that. I think that like just 2 weeks during midterm season, like it'd be week 4 and week 5, would just be extremely strenuous on candidates. So like a better solution would be to have like more events week 4 that maybe election board puts on that like candidates go to, and that way it's not like up to the candidates to put it on themselves to like campaign throughout the entire 2 weeks. So you, like, elections, does that make sense? Like, elections board would, like, organize certain events throughout week 4, in addition to the ones that you already have, you want to increase, like, that sort of exposure, so that candidates have, like, a structured way.
Okay, Naomi, Lily, and I'll let Natalie respond.
Yeah, I kind of want to second what Dylan said too, in terms of like, I personally think, while I think the sentiment is very valid, I also don't think that students are going to be like, oh my God, USAC has like 3 weeks worth of elections, like, they really want to engage with us. Like, I don't think that logic is like from A to B. And I also, as one of the people that was actually contested last spring, I want to echo what Robert says, that I don't think we should be putting candidates in a position to have to pick again between going to class and going to flyer, and putting the people who are also running on your campaigns in that same position. So I know that that's a primary concern for me as academic affairs commissioner, and I think that really touches like every aspect, like whether it be if we're going to be having students, putting or like being burdened financially for these 3 weeks, whether it's going to be mental health, whether it's going to be academic, I think we should be really mindful on extending the calendar for the sake of engagement when there are better ways to engage with people.
Lily, and Natalie.
Yeah, I also just wanted to echo that, and Jessica and I talked about ways to engage in election board from an environmental standpoint with the teaching I have. And something we discussed was the possibility of maybe subsidizing the cost of broadcasting like meet candidates on ASU Today TVs, or like having them run for the week of elections with like information about candidates and purchasing online ads like on the day you're in, which is something that we could help at least partially fund.
Also, the things that we did last year on council that were like, kind of, I would say like more pragmatic, was like we extended the time that signboards could be up. So like all of you remember signboards were a week in advance last year. Same thing with online campaigning, we extended. So like those are also alternatives, but not you. Yeah, you can say that in the middle. Yeah.
Or even like this idea just popped in my head, but like week 4, maybe having like Broom Plaza set out for just elections board, and then you have like certain times every single day where the candidates can just like stand behind their booths, but they don't necessarily have to go, they don't flyer people, or they don't have their campaign flyering, they just stand by those booths. And like students can come up and meet the candidates, but it would be like throughout the day, and it'd be like very much so on Broom Plaza where people don't have to go into a room, like even going into Ackerman would be hard for a lot of students because they don't have time. But if they're walking the campus, like they just see that and they meet them for like a minute or 2.
Nami, what are your thoughts on everything that you're hearing?
So I can understand where concerns from student well-being comes from, and so based upon those, I would be amenable to changing, and it's probably the context, changing the times that second week would allow. So for example, half the week before, severely restricting on-campus campaigns, instead of starting at allowing students to start at 7 a.m., we could allow them to start at noon or 11. That way they're still engaged with students at like those peak lunch periods and those lunch times and it's like afternoons. And it's a lot more manageable for candidates to like switch off responsibilities and let their campaign staff fire. And so, yeah, maybe reducing the hours is the best way. Ultimately, I do think that having a presence the week prior is a positive and beneficial thing from multiple standpoints. And I think that reducing the actual times will hopefully alleviate some of these things.
Okay, Lily.
Yeah, I wouldn't be like limit the hours, but maybe limit it per candidate. Does that make sense?
I feel like that'd be hard to track. I don't know speak on behalf of Navi, but I feel like that'd be a lot for you to manage.
I feel it's also about scope. We should treat candidates all fairly. And I don't want to create some sort of unfair advantage by saying like you've done 4 hours, you can't do 4 hours, and like our maximum amount of blocks is filled up, or like you disadvantage a candidate by saying like, well, you can do 7 a.m. till 11 a.m. and this other candidates. Maybe we can work on the implementation of that, but I feel like just afternoon campaign flyering would just be like blanket flyering is an easy approach.
Can I make an immediate suggestion that hopefully everybody, or, sorry.
Just like bouncing off of things that people have already said. As someone who like ran a contested election last year, and as someone who is like from a commission and not like an office, so like who doesn't usually run contested elections, I think flyering is like obviously really good for student engagement. I can attest to that since like when I was out there, like I met a lot of people who I would not have met had I not been out there. I think like a net increase in the hours of flyering in any direction is a really bad idea for like candidate and campaign staff or campaign help. Like anyone who's helping with the campaign, I think it's like really bad for their mental health and their academics, to be completely honest with you. I think like the only way I would really support expanding over 2 weeks is if the total hours like allowed for students to be like candidates to be out there flying or their campaigners to be out there flying was the same. Like, because honestly, like if even if it's like, say it's like 9 to 5, right, Monday to Friday election week, and then it's 11 to 3, maybe even just like Tuesday to Friday of the previous week, every single hour is like an hour that students are like not, either candidates or people on their campaigns are like not doing their other like activities or like studying or like, I know that sounds like really almost trivial because like the primary point of all of this is to get election turnout. But that said, it's like very taxing. I think it's like very important to note how taxing it is on like individuals in a campaign. And I just don't think that like that would be good for anyone involved.
Okay, so not being doesn't, like, how many hours?
I would be opposed to having the same amount of hours, but I think maybe keeping them minimally increased would probably be beneficial. And then I want to say that, like, as someone who's extremely heavily involved as a campaign manager, like my freshman year, like I understand, I wasn't a candidate, but I understand how like mentally taxing it can be to be out there flying and engaging with students. And I think that if we would maybe reduce those hours then for that week of voting, and we institute a couple hours the week before, I think it's like still beneficial. Maybe not too much of a net increase, but still a net increase. Ultimately, the reason why I proposed this was because I thought that the net increase was positive.
Yeah, I think I agree with you and Mahika. I think that the point of adding an extra week would be to increase exposure to like the candidates. And personally, just especially being a contested candidate last election, like flyering itself was effective in telling students that there was like USAC elections going on. But I really believe that like I met more students and more students learned about me through my platforms on like social media or organically at events. Like when I was flying on Broomlock, it was more like I was just saying, I'm running, vote for me. And they just, all they knew about me was that I was running and that I wanted their vote, and not necessarily like more about me, myself, or my platforms, or what my office is going to be, or anything like that. So that's why like I truly believe that like having specific events or like having things week 4 that are just specifically for candidates to like actually meet students and not necessarily like campaign for themselves. Does that make sense? Yeah.
If not, you can meet in 9.
So well, we will be having debates on Thursday, and it's kind of, so yeah, we'll be engaging with students in that way. And then I want to say real quick regarding, so on campus campaigning isn't the same also as leafletting. There's a distinction between on-campus campaigning and leafletting. So leafletting is like you're standing outside in Bruin Walk and handing out flyers. On-campus campaigning means you can talk to people and actively say you're running for a position. So there's 2 distinctions between the 2 as interpreted by the
Okay, so yeah.
Can you show me in the calendar where that distinction is made? Because on-campus campaigning begins at the same time leafletting begins.
So yeah, so same day. Yeah, so I purposely made them begin, but we can have leafletting. So like that's why they're 2 separate in the first place. Like, otherwise they wouldn't be separate. They would be synonymous.
So would you see leafletting as like even feasible or beneficial to anyone if a candidate can't speak?
Sorry, come to another question.
So the distinction is that on-campus campaigning is saying, I'm running for this position, vote for me. And leafletting is the physical action of giving someone the paper. So is there even a point? Yeah, is there even a point of leafletting without having on-campus campaigning? Because
It would be the reverse. Yeah, it wouldn't happen. Leafletting would never happen. He's proposing that on-campus campaigning happen before leafletting. Leafletting would never happen without on-campus campaigning.
Oh, thank you.
No, yeah, you're good. Okay, so I'm gonna go real quick with my own. Okay, so first of all, before I go into this, I just want to say that I do appreciate all your work on this. This is amazing, especially compared to our last two election board chairs. The fact that you have a presentation, the fact that it's nice, the fact that you're working with us. So I appreciate that. I do want to be clear though, is that in this process of negotiation, I just want to make it clear too that ultimately council does have the authority where if we disagree with you, we can modify the calendar the way that we want to. So I want to go through this process of negotiating with you, but if ultimately council, I don't even have a vote, but if the rest of them decide they want to prohibit campaigning to only 1 week, they can do that. I just want to be clear on that and that's a communicative process that's happening. My immediate suggestion though is that signboards, unless you have an objection to this or a reason why you aren't doing this, last year they were a week before campaigning, and I think that exposed a lot of folks to the signboards and the platforms before voting actually happened. I personally saw a lot of exposure to having our signboards up a week in advance, and I thought that was really beneficial. We'd love to hear your thoughts on that. I do want to say too, with your point about it being, I understand. I think when we're talking about mental health too, I want to be clear that I think there's a distinction for the candidates and what they go through and what their campaign teams go through. So I know I think with Bill and Andy about this when we were all running, is that there's an obligation for candidates to always be out there. And I wasn't always out there, I wasn't, and I felt guilty because of it. That I had my campaign out there and then I wasn't out there the whole entire time. And that is draining to go through 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. every single day, and 7, sorry. And campaign managers and campaign teams, they do a lot, they're supportive, obviously they're doing free labor, but I think it's just a different toll that it takes on candidates, and I want to be clear about that. The other thing I want to say is that with on-campus campaigning versus leafletting, I agree that on-campus campaigning, wearing a shirt, that sort of stuff, cool, whatever. But the problem that I have in the code that I would love clarification on is on-campus campaigning, it's pretty vague in the sense of it's you can talk to people and go and talk to people, but not hand out leaflets. Effectively, that's the same thing. I think that if you allow on-campus campaigning a week before, unless it's restricted, we're still all going to be stressed, out there, trying to, hypothetically, talk to people constantly. And I want to be clear that I think there needs to be a distinction on that. So those are really what I wanted to say, and I'm going to do some suggestions too.
Well, before I can mention on that, I also think it gives room for people to do things in a disadvantageous way against other candidates. People can definitely get creative with what's going on out there, and even if you're not handing out a leaflet or a flyer, that's something that I wanted to address. And I'm the opposite, Robert. I was actually out there every day, and I wanted to if you're not willing to change the amount of days, or if you're willing to modify the times, I do think 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. is expensive. But also, as someone who's been studying a lot with priority enrollment about when classes are and when the most popular class times are, 11 a.m. to about 3 p.m. is when the most popular classes are. That's when most students are in class, and I do think it's a disservice again to take students out of the classroom, whether it be the campaign team, whether it be the candidate. I do think that again, we should be prioritizing the students that are running in this election, and again, yeah.
Nani, do you have a response to any of that, or should we keep going? Do you want to hear more council suggestions?
I totally get how the elections calendars from peer universities, and just changes really. And so these are derived in some extent from other peer universities. That said, I want to make it completely clear that I'm amenable to reducing hours for the actual week of voting and then shifting some of those hours to the previous week.
Sorry, so can you rephrase?
You're saying overall net,
It's
so.
more like maybe a little bit more, but not the same.
Okay, Brandon and then Dylan.
One proposal, like sort of building off that, because I actually like that idea. Instead of having campaigning start at 7 a.m., which I think is a little bit unreasonable. I know that's precedent, but I just, like every year I think it's been unreasonable. Why don't we start at like 9 every day? So that's like minus 10 hours total, and then we can do three-hour days. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yes, I mean, I can crunch the numbers more or less right now, but I was pretty thinking like 9 for elections week, and then shifting, and then doing like 10 to 2 because of lunchtime traffic on the week before.
Yeah, because right now we're at, from what I calculated, it's about 90 hours of on-campus campaign. I think that's also, it's just excessive, like, no one wants to see us. By the second, by the third day, people are like, you already talked to me, like, leave me alone.
Okay, no.
That's like what I was just gonna say, is that just from my experience in elections, like literally by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, people are very annoyed by USAC elections. And I think that like the primary cause of that is just because like the campaigning that candidates do isn't very effective. Like having like on-campus campaigning with leafletting is just very much like obnoxious for students to just like get flyers in their face all day, not know really what's going on, not know like what these offices are or how they run. And I feel like to add that component for an extra week would be like not effective, but to maybe change like the way that we're adding campaigning, like change the whole structure of it and not have like candidates themselves responsible for like just leafletting or like promoting themselves.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're on this thing where like in the first week we could do like oh yeah, or like limited to like certain days that aren't like consecutive, or like do an event like coffee with candidates or something like that instead of like just straight up leafletting, because I do get that that is super annoying to people who don't care.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, sorry, just, and I know like it was brought up that you have debates and there's like other events, but those also, I'm pretty sure are all in the evening, right? Is that true? And meet the candidates is during the day? Okay. There are two and they're during the day? Oh, I see, Wednesday. Do you know like where there would be in afternoon
Yeah,
or?
so the room reservation, I think, is the room reception from 11 to 3 p.m. And then the hill reservation is for Cobalt Commons for the candidates.
Yeah.
Commons sale for these.
And I really like that idea because I just feel like students would just be more likely to come to like during the day events, like meet the candidates like you have 11 to 3. So if we maybe like increase that to multiple days that week, I don't think all the days would be like good for like candidates themselves, but maybe like 3 days of week 4 having like multiple events like that.
Or like maybe you could have like a meet the candidate event Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, right? Is that also the leafletting day? Oh, Monday through Friday, and then like have candidates sign up for which date they want their meet the candidate like on Room Walk. Like instead of leafletting and having everyone out there every single day, because nobody wants to be out there every single day, especially when it's not even voting time. Like having a meet the candidate where someone is just like at their own booth or like doing whatever they want at a booth, supervised by election board or whatever, however you want to do that for a few hours on each of those days.
I would be very like I'm fine with changes prior to voting week, and I'm fine with restricting hours of voting or hours of voting during voting week to a little bit more. But and I guess as you want to point it out, you can make changes as you wish. I would be opposed to changing the fundamental structure of how it's done, because it's not just like I and we should always just go with precedent because it's precedent, but I think in this case, it's kind of like a precedent that I feel like is historical and should be upheld in terms of like candidates going out there and engaging with student body. That's the reason why it's done. That's like not opposed to like cutting hours, moving things around, and willing to work on that, and just trying to see if we can like move forward on a certain avenue route. I'm trying to introduce some events, that's why I was doing that with the candidates, but my staff can only go so far, and we have limited amount of funds. I'm dispersing all my funds in marketing. I'm not trying to spend on facilities and food for 20 different events throughout the day. In order to have the manpower to book and manage all these resolutions and continuously hold candidates accountable, or not hold candidates, have open space for candidates. That's quite frankly, in my opinion, and I understand the labor that goes involved into it. I can't actually, I didn't run as a manager, but I didn't run, so I can't understand the whole depth of it, but that is part of the responsibility that comes from running for these acquisitions, responsibility that you have to engage the student level to connect with them. So I hope you can see my comment.
Yeah, I would suggest we move into a like suggestion,
Yes.
motion, vote phase soon, but Kim and then Dylan.
For suggestion, would you be down with doing kind of the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 11 to 3 p.m. the week before, and then 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. during election?
Yes, if we can, I'm finally restricting hours on Monday through, like, even the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the week before. But I think it's just nice to have continuity because I'm kind of imagining there's candidates, and I can, of course, I try to make this as clear as possible. But I don't want candidates to like show up the next day and it's sanctioned, just like, oh, I didn't know Tuesday about the entire week. So I'm just saying continuity, that's all.
It's just that there was a concern earlier that people did not want to do it consecutive days. They would want to have a day off.
I think it might be a decent idea in terms of addressing like the advertising fatigue. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, like 11 to 3 would be my go-to.
The week before.
Yeah.
Okay. Middle and then
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, like, what I think Isabel and I were trying to say is, I don't think that we're trying to change week 5. Like, I think week 5 should stay the way it always has been because of president, so it's just week 4, or was it week 6 this year? Oh, okay, so whatever. So election week, we're not trying to change. Like, the week where voting is open, I don't think we're trying to change this, the new week that's being proposed. We were trying to get changes.
Now we need Dr. Geller.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, in regards to Kim's suggestion, I don't think it should be Monday, Wednesday, because Monday, Wednesday are the same classes. If you want to reach different people, I think that would probably be best if you did like Tuesday, Wednesday.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Because usually Monday, Wednesday, and Friday classes, Tuesday, Thursday classes, so if you do Monday, if you do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you say that you study starts this day, and it also moves the computer.
Okay, Dr. Geller, and then I think, yeah, moving the motion is to move things around.
And I want to just reinforce and build off of a few of the things that the academic affairs commissioner mentioned. It's important that the people running for office not have to skip classes in order to run for office. When that happens, grades suffer. And in order to be on council, we need people to stay in good academic standing. Also, if as she noted, the typical student has the same classes either Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday. So not only is there the issue of being able to meet other students when they're not in class, there's that same need to not have to skip their own classes every time that they're held because of an expectation to be out campaigning. And I think what we've heard is that 11 to 3 timeframe happens to be when some of the most popular classes are held. So anything that can be done to make sure the schedule is such that there is not a burden and an expectation on candidates to not go to class for 2 or 3 weeks would be really appreciated from an administrative perspective.
So now we can, if everybody's comfortable with it, unless there's like a nod on your end or already clarifying information or questions, we can move into a process where council members make motions to amend the election calendar.
Like, just to get everybody on the same page, so
yeah,
you all know what you're motioning for. It'll be a reduction of weeks 6, 5 leaf letting from 7, we'll do 8 to, no, 9 to 4 p.m. And then, week 5, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 11 to 3 leaf letting. I would still like on-campus campaigning though to begin on Monday.
Okay, yeah, logistically, my question, so I still haven't heard a response to my sign board request last question. But also, my other thing is that effectively on-campus campaigning means that you can talk to people about campaigning. And I think like my concern from like a mental health perspective is the same amount of like labor is like going into me having to go and constantly talk to people about my running as like being out on the long flattery. And like I don't know how everybody else feels about that or if you disagree with that. And if you could even amend the election code to like restrict that in some way, hypothetically. But yeah, I just wanted to hear your thoughts to those two things.
I guess if you're trying to start letting on-campus campaigning on the Wednesday, what's your motivation to start on Wednesday? Like, what do you anticipate on-campus campaigning looking like Monday?
It just gives candidates more flexibility to like engage in, I would say, like less rigorous campaigning, like taking the campaign t-shirts, which they wouldn't be able to do. They can like talking to someone in class or something like that, being able to or something, they can openly talk about their positions. It's not intended, but it doesn't allow you to go in like full on hand out flyers process the leaf lettings. It just kind of allows you to talk about the campaign. So the word is still being spread, but it's done in more like that's like intense.
That tends to give people the opportunity to like sit on the runoff and talk. That's my worry is like if everyone's concerned about people's mental health, missing class because they're trying to go really long, I may not be able to amplify that and still sit here and ask people like, hey, are you willing to fill out with my platforms and whatnot? And that just does not stop anybody, I guess, from spending Monday and Tuesday effectively campaigning just without flyers.
Okay, yeah, no one in the deleted have their hands up, so yeah.
It's like we also like live in a digital world. Like I feel like not having leafleting for those 2 days wouldn't really accomplish anything because like if I was a candidate, I would be out there with my phone with like my platforms and sharing like QR codes or something like that. And like candidates are way more like they would get really creative in the ways that they can do it without leafleting. Does that make sense? I don't think that would like limit any
routine item or copy.
Right. Like there's just so many different things that candidates can do without leafleting, and I feel like it wouldn't restrict any strain on candidates by not having it for those or having online on-campus campaigning for those years.
I also just want to voice a concern from like a disability perspective. It's very physically draining if you have any sort of mobility impairment or anything, even if you're perfectly able-bodied, it's very draining to spend all day sort of working out in the sun, flying, talking to people, and I worry about it from like an accommodation standpoint.
Yeah.
I have one last thing. Because currently I'm under the impression that we're not pushing back against freedom of online campaigning right now. I don't know, but I guess it's just like in response to how you said it, like the precedent of leafletting is like important and stuff. I think like realistically, like we do have social media. I feel like that's a lot more involved in this process and having the means we need to flyer as hard as perhaps when flyering was so like came to be precedent and so important. I just think we should keep that in mind because when we're prioritizing candidates' health, I just don't feel like these 2 extra days of on-campus campaigning are worth it, especially if we have social media.
Okay, so yeah, what Nadia just left to give you a chance. Are you open to the idea of moving? From what I'm hearing from what council is saying, moving on campus and letting go to that Wednesday from my impression. And I guess responding to Fletcher's thing, but just what are your thoughts on that? Sorry? Okay.
Wait, what about the online campaign? Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
I had like one more suggestion where I think that like from what I'm hearing too, the issue is that on-campus campaign means that students can campaign on Bruin Walk. So maybe if we want to do that idea with having Monday start on-campus campaigning, but restrict Bruin Walk. No? I don't know.
And they can just fly as cars on the streets.
But they can't flyer, right? But like.
Yeah, car streets.
Randy?
Another idea, just to reduce the overall numbers and also the class issue. A lot of classes, like this is just UCLA registrar, start at 2 p.m. So if you do it, if you end at 3, you're not even, you're missing like most of one class, but not a full class. But like and also I think we should maybe reduce the first week anyway. So we just have 11 to 2. That will actually reduce the overall numbers. It will make sure that people are not missing part of a class. Or potentially, if it's a 1 to 2, those also exist. So ending it at 2 actually would be a lot better. And even starting at 10 if you wanted to keep the number of hours the same.
Okay, so I suggest, it sounds like Council Navi also sounds like you're okay with a lot of those general aspects of these recommendations, so I suggest motions being made. I'm still pushing some because I like that a lot. Engagement. Yeah, but I'll, motion, whatever they want. Brandon?
Motion to change the election calendar to reflect that on-campus campaigning and leafleting will begin on Wednesday, April 29, sorry. And then it will extend until Friday from 11 to 2 p.m. That's the end of the motion.
All in favor? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all abstaining. Oh, sorry, 10, sorry. All against. Or, sorry, Mahika, was that an abstention?
No, it was a 4, it was like a yes.
Oh, a yes, okay. So that was that 12, that's 12. Okay. No, I went to 11, I'm so, wow, 11, sorry, so 11, yeah, great.
One other question, Navi, we discussed this earlier. Is there any opposition to moving the expense accounts down, because campaigning is going to be a little bit longer this year, down to Friday to provide candidates some time during that week to figure out how much, like if they want to adjust their flyers for over the week, like that Friday afternoon, get them over the weekend, and then be ready for a full week of campaigning?
I adjusted that from I think Monday and Tuesday of voting week to that Friday, in anticipation that they would be allowed to campaign for that 1 week. So that means that after that 1 week, they would have been able to do a mental check, like, okay, so I spent this many flyers, and they could submit expense accounts. I would still leave it in terms of Friday, because the finance director and finance committee also needs time to work through candidates. In past years, we've been up to 39, or around 39 candidates, so working through that paperwork is not an easy thing. And I think, I could be wrong, but the elections code stipulates that, well, we're gonna have to change it anyways, that the result of the candidate spending limits have to be published, I want to say like before voting begins, so that'll probably do that.
Is the spending limit still 450?
It's not, we upped it to
500.
500 plus council and coming with an increase, but also that all explains some stuff.
Okay, we get that, yeah, Brandon.
But if completely get what you're saying, can we move it back to Friday? It's on Wednesday right now.
Which one?
Wednesday.
Yeah, that's expense account number 1. There's expense account number 2, Friday the 1st.
Oh, I see.
You get 2
Maybe
opportunities.
go 37.
That's the same reason.
Okay. Can we just correct Wednesday then to reflect that expense? So it says expense, it just says expense account.
Yeah, so you can submit it twice.
No, I know, but just put number, this is a question, this is for Robert, this isn't changing anything. It's already expense account number 1, it's just saying that it is on the thing.
What about Robert's suggestion for campus signage? I'm not opposed.
I mean, it just literally doesn't make sense to not have signboards when we have on-campus campaigning now beginning before the signboards, so.
Yeah, I think signboards should be up before campaign begins.
Yeah, the week before is what it was last year, and that was like effective. So it was the exact time we, yeah, but let's get it. The week before. Nadia, are you okay with that?
So you wanna have signboards start, it traditionally starts the week of on.
Last year it started the week before we did it.
Well, I feel like if the signboards are going up, we should start on campus campaigning at that same time, so we can talk about the signboards.
It didn't happen, so last year what we did was we.
I understand that's what I'm asking, saying I feel like that's just a good practice, so that we can talk about the signboards, it's not passive. And so I mean, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say it's only 2 days where the signboards are.
I was just gonna say that I think it gives people a chance to like look at their own meetings and then they can come in and, I mean, for people who are actually running, can actually come in and engage with people who are reading their signboards.
As the chance familiar, I just felt like the basis of someone's platforms, and then like a couple days later, now they just got the type of exposure, but not with the situation. You know,
Kind of like
it
setting
makes it.
Especially because I think when like flying does happen, right, like it doesn't occur in that like side of like what's called like election walk or whatever those signboards are at. And so let's be real, like by the time like that like you've gotten through that part, like you're done with elections. Like I don't want anything to do with elections at that point. Like I'm ignoring the things that are on my side. So at least when they're there and there's no one else there, it's something that gets looked at least passively at the beginning to like kind of familiarize yourself with before you're bombarded with the rest of it.
Yeah, Sean?
I have a question. So the change that they've made, that means like the normal campaigning week will still have campaigning from like leafleting from like 7 to 4 or 5, and then the week before that would be 11 to 2. So that's still additional hours.
So I thought we were going to change it. So yeah, we changed. So we voted to change. It was originally 7 to 5 or 4, but now we're changing it. I think to 9 to 4.
Oh, we did a motion on that.
So
actually.
we haven't yet, but from my understanding, unless I'm wrong, that's the consensus that is what was going to happen if we were going to allow on campus. My understanding was that since we're allowing on campus campaigning to happen the week before, that we were going to reduce the hours during the week up to 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Right, unless somebody didn't agree with that.
I think that's what's.
Okay.
Motions.
I motion to, move, where did it go? The signboard, oh, did we have to do it?
We didn't vote on that.
Well, we haven't voted on it.
Do we have to?
No, if Navi consents to moving it himself, we don't have to vote on it. So Navi, like, yeah, if you just want to change things, that's a suggestion, we don't have to vote.
Monday.
Okay.
Or Sunday.
Okay, and the times are already changed.
Yes.
Any changes that need to be, that Navi has not already done that we want, yeah.
This isn't an election board, or sorry, election code change, sorry. This is a code change, not a calendar change. That's in the code still says that you're mandated to have an endorsement orientation.
Yeah, so there was a change made that says I have proposed dates for endorsements hearing, so I added a comma if and not that.
Okay, so I was looking through the minutes from that, and I did not see that as a change in the minutes.
Okay.
For the change, can you clarify?
So in the election code, he has to put an endorsements hearing on the calendar. But we decided we don't want an endorsements hearing, which is fine. But it wasn't actually changed in the code from what I was looking at in the presentation.
I do agree. So if you, the slides, the special presentation council should include that. So maybe there's just omitted from it, but like if you look at what the history is, it's actually.
Kalechi also had just brought up a good point too. I don't know, how other people feel about potentially online campaigning moving to that Friday, right after the first expense account is due. Because we were recalling from the last election that we had that weekend. And then this time we'll have like Monday and Tuesday to continue online campaigning, and then Wednesday, on campus campaigning will start. I don't know if anyone, does anyone else have?
What are people's thoughts? Yeah, Brandon.
So the expense, are you, just to be clear on this, are you suggesting the online campaign begin?
On Friday, would be,
Oh, no, it would be before that.
oh,
It would be the week after. It would be the 20, the 24th. Yeah, right. Friday the 24th. It's not up on the calendar.
it's Friday.
So it's the weekend before sign. It's just not on the calendar.
Yes, that's what I was proposing.
How about, like, let's a compromise here, putting it on Wednesday, so it's a full week before the start of physical campaign.
Wait, so you want to reduce the
Clutching timing, I think we're advocating to reduce online campaigning by some extent.
underground?
Oversaturation. Slightly, I mean, I think.
Also, there's only so much stuff you can like unless you're literally just spamming people at a certain point, there's only so much you can do in that time.
And ideally, that you're not reaching a new constituency, you're reaching the same 1,000 followers. Ideally, you would want to keep reaching other people, but I don't think that prolonging it, like I was saying, I just think it oversaturates. But
Yeah, I also just want to say that, like, I think that the whole point of this is to grow exposure of USAC and of these elections to the student body, but to increase the work of candidates who already have so much work going on, when, like, election board itself does have a publicity team. And, like, the USAC offices can also help with publicity, but, like, the point of an elections board is for students to get to know the candidates, not to just increase the amount of work the candidates have to do to increase that exposure. So I feel like I'm uncomfortable with, like, increasing the amount of days and hours that candidates have to be out there campaigning for themselves, when, like, a different solution would just be for, like, eBoard to put together a booklet or, like, a program of all the candidates and all the platforms, and, like, flyer for that outside of Green Walk during that week, and, like, get students to know the candidates themselves that having additional work for the candidates.
So I'm hearing two different proposals. I'm hearing a Wednesday proposal and a Friday proposal. How do council members feel between those two? Between the Wednesday and a full week before campaigning begins, leafletting, or Friday and then have the weekend until finals go up. What are your thoughts on that? Wednesday or Friday is the question, I think, here. Okay, so I'm hearing, okay, Isabel said Friday. Yeah, Brandon.
One thing good thing about Wednesday is that I can show you like graphs of engagement on social media, and people drop, like, even though people have time off on weekends, people are on social media during the most from like 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. So starting it on Friday is basically just like going into a period when people will be on social media less. So having those two, I do think it makes a difference. Have more weekdays rather than, and also like it's keeping it consistent with like a week extra.
No, that's I. How did other people feel?
Which Friday are we talking about?
Okay, it's not on the calendar, it's April 24th. Yeah, I know what Brandon is saying is accurate, that like engagement peaks.
Like I think there's like a lot of research on this. If you look it up, you can see.
So
then why don't we just leave it on Monday?
I think we were just.
And that's also Monday week off.
That's Monday before.
Oh, it's a week before, sorry.
So then it would be on the 22nd.
No, the 24th. I'm saying
We can literally do a straw poll, if that's what you all want.
I'm just trying to understand what day.
I'm saying 2 more days, but 2 less days than
I mean, the reason I proposed Friday was to reduce the amount of time online.
Yeah.
That's like 3 weeks, where
Friday, May 1st.
No, that would be one, that would be the reduction of one week.
So then Friday, April 3rd. Wait.
No, it's like the date that Robert said, it's like April.
24th is the Friday, the weekend before the sign books go up. That Friday is the 24th. The 22nd is that Wednesday.
Oh, I see, okay.
Right now, it's Monday on my campaign week.
I haven't done my two steps on Friday, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday thing. I would, from my point of view, Wednesdays have the compromise for me, one week for debates, gets the word out there that it's happening, we come check us out, talk to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, if you change it, we don't have to vote on it. Okay, other amendments to the calendar. This process took long, every other week too, so.
Is there?
So, not me, this is just because I'm off, I wasn't here last week either, so there's no endorsement here, there's just connected debates. It's what you're planning on. So, with endorsements, is the endorsement process now just going to be kind of like, last week was a big debate too, of like how the endorsement process would happen because of the election code. Technically, student works can't endorse without submitting the slip and going through that whole process. This year is that much more informalized. Like, there was also a requirement last year for the board to endorse. They had to technically attend the endorsement hearing. We like changed that in the middle of election. So like, what are your thoughts on like how endorsement should work this year?
Per the changes passed in council, the way it states that in order for boards to endorse, they have to attend meet the candidates, either event or candidate debates, before they qualify for the ability to endorse. They state their affiliation with the school board, as well as their signatory status, while registering candidates.
Just a clarification, because I forgot, but is Meet the Candidates going to be like similar to debates? Like how is it going to be?
Meet the candidates?
Yeah.
It's going to be done, very informally. It's going to be probably two people to the table in a room. Can't have any people who just come to you walk through. It's going to be very informal.
Did you say you like operate food there or something?
We'll be talking about working on different funding sources, how we allocate elections for budgets in different ways.
A suggestion, like I know we've been partnering with like USC's government, they're having their elections right now. They like have food trucks out there, they like offer like dinner for people to attend. I know that's expensive. No, I'm not saying we should like.
They go to USC.
But I'm saying that I think offering like food incentives is like a good thing.
I would love to do as much as I would love to for incentives.
I will give you some of my office budget if you need it.
I need money, like we spent money in like fall special elections, there was money spent in general. Like everyone in the council knows, but I think a couple of years ago, honestly, like 4 or 5 years ago, there was a $10,000 cut from the election board budget. I'm not sure if that was.
We changed it, yeah, we keep it in the Ryan.
Incentives are a decent idea, but I think food incentives are not the best use of student funds.
I think, like, I got emailed about like free food trucks or something, so, I don't know if there's a catch there. If you want, I can forward that email to you.
Wait, about what?
Free food trucks, like there's some, like, email advertising or something.
My office is working on variety of things, meeting with sponsorships. Thursday, figure out what we can do. Contact with the Euro ambassador, like trying to do incentives.
Yeah.
Wait, so did you want the free food truck email?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure councilmen have various opinions, but I would say like incentives, maybe not food necessarily, but some sort of incentives of giving away things is like.
Well,
I would still argue that food is a very valid way to bring people out, especially given that like a lot of students, a lot of the time we're debating like, should I eat or should I go to this event? I don't think that's like an invalid.
I mean, I appreciate all of the advice people are, providing me, like, I would like to refocus us on the other two action items that we have to pass, so they can consider everything. Just I'm providing food, 11 to 3, especially not today, right in the middle of lunch, and I want to make sure candidates and the staff also.
Council also has discretionary funding left that we haven't spent yet, so hypothetically, if you run out of funds in one programming, we can, like, there's the consideration of that, yeah, John.
According to the current budget report, the elections board currently has $41,584.63. Why do you need more money?
I would like to see how I've allocated the funds. I can show you how I budgeted out substantial amount. I mean, I can help see CFC's funds report as well. Obviously, I haven't seen that over there, so it's like I don't think it's like the best idea to pull the fund report and say that's.
I just don't. When Robert's offering his office budget of $1,000, I don't think that like that. That's like I don't like you outrank him in that sense. I don't see that as productive.
I mean, I think.
So I wasn't necessarily asking right now. I was just saying like that's a possibility we can explore.
Yeah, I will also say that when Roy and I constructed the budget to present to council, we did increase council or election board's budget to account for the fact that there was an additional election. My only incentive of offering funds from my office is because it's one of my platforms is to engage students. Yeah, I agree with Jonathan's sentiment that like we shouldn't necessarily have to. Okay, are there any other amendments to this? We have to vote to approve it as a whole.
Out of curiosity, so what about like?
Wait, what? Is that good? Yes, because we have to, because what's the reason there's a religious celebration to be in on Friday or is that?
No, so I changed this. So voting will be shifted from the end, historically it ends at 3 p.m. It'll end at 1. For my slides, I attached a graph that shows distribution of like votes per hour. And originally my proposal was potentially eliminating the Thursday election, or Friday voting, in order to give the election board time to process complaints that are submitted at the very end. Because as we know, as candidates, like, if you've been out there, you're pushing the time back and forth. That's because like, there are 10,000 things going on at that time, everything from like undetermined loss and sanctions. To actually like getting my use to give us the results. To be quite honest, and I think I said this was not necessarily the first priority during that time.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did have one last question. Let me look at it again, so I make sure I'm right. The orientation is after packets are due, and then I saw in the previous slide that you are removing the like informational session. So like, no, I know, but so like, what are candidates supposed to do if they have questions during the time before packets are due?
So my office hours and my staff who's coming to it and listed on that application packet, as well as our contact information.
Oh, I had a question about the why orientation. That one, I was just noting that Fridays.
Oh, that's gonna just copy paste it right down below. It's gonna end at once.
And this is somewhat separate from changing this, but this is going to be changed into an actual calendar that's publicity oriented, right? Like obviously you've seen the past years where it's like a pretty calendar that's like easy to view and access and post on Facebook and stuff.
Yeah, so if I unclick the filter button, you can see my internal deadlines as well as like IT deadlines, etc. So this is the master.
Oh, I'm saying like there's going to be a calendar format, public, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. The election calendar.
I second.
Of the year. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. My motion of 12 to 0, the motion passes and the election calendar is approved for this year. Okay, we are moving on to social media guidelines.
Okay, cool. So per the election code changes that we made a couple weeks ago, which made the ability to create a separate document for social media guidelines, that's USAC. You open the document, listing our social media guidelines, person to, yeah, here's one second. Okay, so we refresh the page. Or not? Did it load? So regulation 1 and regulation 2 are pretty much lifted from elections code. Regulation 3 is where the whole social media piece starts. 3.1 just has a bunch of definitions.
Yeah.
If you're a candidate, none of this is pretty much new information, I would say. It's kind of just clarifying what's like precedent essentially.
Could we,
Yeah, I mean, it should be shared. Is it not like yours? So, wait, some people have access to it and some people don't?
I don't.
You don't?
I think it's set to, is it set to UCLA people only? Because I had to log into my account, I won't let me use my other account.
Oh, when you log into UCLA,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, you're right. So that comes out in G doc.
I just think, yeah,
If you do it now, it should be.
Oh my gosh, I see something right
Okay, so regulation 1 and regulation 2 are, I think, with the certain elections code. Nothing really spectacularly interesting there. So in regulation 3 governs social media, there's definitions as I mentioned. So 3.1, so 3.2, regulation 3, section on clause 2, kind of outlines the approval process for images and graphics on social media. Apparently last year, the elections board chair asked candidates to submit like every single image. Seems excessive to me, so as long as the base overlay image, like a generic image, is submitted with a sample how to be used, fine, use it however you want. And I think that kind of covers the artwork portion of it. If it just contains text, we of course don't need to get approved. It just needs to include the required the disclaimer and or tags depending on what social media sites
Are you using that hashtag to remove vote?
It'll be my vote. It'll be on certain platforms. So for example, like I want to publicize the election board website. So instead of hashtags on certain websites or Facebook and Instagram where there's no character limit, they'll use the like find out more about USAC elections and use electionboard.org. And then on platforms that are restricted like Twitter, they'll use the hashtags instead. And then it will also explicitly addresses the difference between direct messages, private messages, and group messages, and the different kind of concerns around that. And then also, notably, and that's like kind of just a draft that I'm working on. I should choose the candidates and really create and whatnot, but that's doesn't require approval. Yeah. One thing to note is that if novel platforms, so platforms not mentioned in regulation 3 are introduced during the election season, basically candidates, like, for example, like, I don't know what I have thought of here, but like, if there's a new social media platform that's not listed explicitly here that candidates want to use, it just requires that they come to me and ask me, like, how I would like to be tagged with a disclaimer on it prior to posting. And then that will be like a temporary headline of the elections, season.
Are you open to adding TikTok? Just because it is.
I think TikTok might be in here. I consider it like.
Tinker's on
Yeah, Tinder Bubble are on there. I found a violation or a sanction, and it had reference student funnel, and the campaign manager was using it, so. Yeah, I would comprehensive. For TikTok.
Don't call me out, John.
I said Jay.
No. No.
Why can't they stop?
I would use TikTok as like a Snapchat, it's video-based content, but you have to like put the hashtags on the I don't use TikTok, so I don't know what the platform looks like. My sister sent me down, that's all I know. She's a cool one.
I just think it's different from Snapchat because it's more like, it's like if Twitter was just video.
Yeah.
You don't send them.
Like it's a public audience, I think.
Yeah, so in that case, it would just be like if Kenneth decides to use it, if they want to use it, me and like, we can take a look at like how to do it. I pick the most common platforms and then try to make them as inclusive. For example, like direct messaging versus private message, through messaging versus direct messaging, I just listed a bunch. YouTube is on. That would be in the video.
Wait, sorry, what is this is purely me not knowing, what is the difference in the code of group messages and private? The disclaimer has to be sent for both, right?
It's just different because I think it's kind of awkward to send personal message to someone and be like report violations of the elections code to this address, so instead change it to, they don't have to use the hashtag violated, to sort of learn more about these elections, which I feel is not a natural tangent to what the message is about.
That's great. Okay. Cool.
And just to clarify one more time, for text messaging, that means if you're like text messaging anyone about an election, or is it just if you are getting?
Oh, like campaign strategy, I don't think that.
No, so they would be like campaigning interviews.
Right.
Okay. What about Snapchat filters?
Snapchat filters, I would govern them per
Images or graphics?
images and graphics, so once they get the filter overlay approved, then they don't. If it's like something that they're like, get out and grew off and they take a Snapchat, then I'm gonna create a list for a Snapchat account, which will do the tags and then send it us.
Awesome. Anything else? There's not. Motion.
I motion to approve the social media regulation.
Yes,
I second.
Naomi motion for second first. Sorry, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Awesome. By motion of 12 to 0 to 0, the motion passes and social media guidelines are approved. Election code.
So there's nothing like the first onslaught of election code changes. These are kind of just like small, big changes, except for one of them, that I'm proposing. So to start off, that link there is the link to the new elections code. So my vice chair, Samad, he incorporated all the new changes and everything's all exciting. Okay, if you give me. Okay, now if you redo it, it'll open. We try to make it a little bit more user friendly, so there's like, we included hyperlinks as well, so it's like contents, where you scroll through. And then we also cleaned the format a lot, because there was like misformatted sections, like it would be like I, and it would be like another I, or like, just weird stuff like that. We went through and redid it. So yeah, it's not working. I'm putting that in there for kind of your reference in terms of the next proposed changes. So the first one is 2.11 to using the USAC Judicial Board to know how to make sense of the configure, but this is actually something that Jay Ward and I both entities worked on together, so it's received this stamp of approval. So this section kind of delineates two responsibilities of the USAC Judicial Board. By this acts on that kind of question on what happens if election board dissolves within a close proximity to an election. So first of all, the first kind of proposed change that I'm recommending is that the Chief Justice will be allowed to serve an advisory capacity to the Executive Committee of the Election Board if the Election Board Chair requests it. The Judicial Board Chair can deny that request. So it's like if we have an emergency sanction, like at 2 p.m. after the voting is closed and trying to figure something out, we made it very clear that either party can deny advisement and that decisions made or not decisions made with the advice of the Judicial Board are still subject to, can still be subject to appeal, and that way it is on students' rights to get it. This is just like if we need to make a decision, an important one, an urgent one. I think to come to some emergency situations, we can do.
Can you explain that? I'm just really, like, there's a sanction on the last minute.
So.
Sorry, I'm just confused.
So part one of the duties of the USAC Judicial Board for this change would include that the Chief Justice can act as an advisor. And Fernando, you probably want to go back to the PowerPoint for this. And the next slide.
Thank you.
That'll be an actual version.
This is all.
This is all. So right now, this is in the duty section. The Judicial Board doesn't have duties. So for 1A, it acts as an advisor to the Executive Committee and me in matters related to investigations and emergency registrations. And then B, and that's the slightly more important one, is that if the elections board is dissolved within 28 days of the scheduled election, the J board will assume the following responsibility of the elections board and list them. Point to note that sanctions issued by the J board under this provision, if this emergency situation were to happen, will not be subject to the USAC, and then the judicial board itself will absolve itself of its responsibilities upon the appointment of the chair of director of finance and director of investigations. Those are very strategically picked positions because that's really what we need from the core of the functioning elections board during the elections.
Okay, so my immediate problem with this is like in our constitution, USAC has like an overarching authority to provide our constitution to overturn any judicial board decision. And then my other concern with this is I get concerned, with shifting all of the power to the judicial board, and this would usually, when the election board dissolves, it usually falls on the council's responsibility. And I understand there's political ramifications of that, but there's also political ramifications that fall entirely on the judicial board with absolutely no appeal process. So I think it's actually, and Dr. Geller, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's constitutionally impossible to alter our bylaws in a way that is in contrast with our constitution that restricts USAC's ability to overturn a judicial board decision on any matter.
You cannot have a judicial code or a bylaws code that conflicts with the Constitution.
So I would advise that we take out the part that council cannot overturn. I mean, you have to do that essentially, unless you're trying to run a constitutional amendment. I've suggested to Janelle to live, and Janelle's discussed doing as well. Does everybody understand what's happening? The council supersedes the election board and the judicial board, which I think is a problem, and I think that needs to be addressed through a constitutional amendment, but it can't be addressed through a bylaw change. I think there should be a constitutional amendment that gives judicial board authority that cannot be usurped by council, but that's even up here.
That, Robert,
Yeah.
that's what I'm proposing.
So somebody put in a constitutional amendment?
There's gonna be a constitutional amendment.
Yeah, okay, so what's done is done, so are you okay with you can delete that, right?
I can, if Navi, if you wanna coordinate with me, I can get what you want in the amendment.
I mean, I don't think work with you on the constitution.
That's fine, yeah, okay.
Okay, this one just saying that this one removes or doesn't require guys to turn their expense accounts. Well, actually, that's actually not necessary. This is not okay, so this one is starting to get the way a little more complex. So changing the spending limit from 500 to 670 adjusted dollars. I'll talk about what adjusted dollars is in the next slide. Or maybe not the next slide, but 2 slides. Okay, we'll stay on that one. And also, this provision is super simple. It just removes the ballot proposition spending limit up to the overarching article on overarching statement on campaign expense limits to make it more in line with like kind of just have both spending limits right there side by side. And then it also reduces the fact that you can spend $1,000 adjusted dollars too on campaigns. And then if you go next slide, now we talk about adjusted dollars. Okay, this building is not mass or text is just a way for me to encourage sustainability and the use of environmental friendly products on part of like candidates and campaign stuff. So basically what this says is campaign representatives and candidates that purchase physical campaign material that are considered environmentally friendly can report an adjusted price for that specific item on their campaign expense. So for example, if you purchase flyers, environmental flyers that are worth $100, you have to report to the election board that you spent $100, but we would only count $77 towards your campaign spending. The reason for this is like environmentally friendly products are typically much more expensive than like normal flyers, and so this allows candidates to still like have the same quantity of materials without disadvantage.
So my only concern, yeah, Dr. Garrett, oh, I was just gonna say, my only concern is the like publicity and the like widespread knowledge of this. So you're saying they would, my impression is if it's environmentally friendly, they can spend, or they can spend more and be reimbursed more. Is
Well, I'm not talking anything about reimbursements. I'm just talking about spending.
So they can spend more if it's environmentally friendly.
Only if it's environmentally friendly. So they can reach the cap if it's environmentally friendly. A lot of the language in here is complex just to make the process like codified to make it like actually smooth. So you go through and read the definitions and you kind of it's a verbiage way of just stating what I just stated. So like you have to report the unadjusted price, which is the actual price. The adjusted price is the unadjusted price times the deduction or the multiplier of the deduction, and then the unadjusted dollars, the total sum spent on your campaign, actual dollars, and the adjusted dollars is your is kind of your total price minus any deductions is the sum.
Okay, Millen,
I'm good.
Oh, okay, nice.
Oh, I have 2 questions. Are you going to be adjusting the amount of money that candidates get reimbursed?
No.
No? Okay, second question. It says under C, I'm gonna do 5. The elections board executive committee / chair for discretion and scrutiny.
I agree with that. I agree with that sentence.
Oh, you deleted it?
It's not on there, but they can refresh it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay,
I mean, I hope that I'm just interrupt you, but does that answer?
No, thank you for,
so my concern is that this was for my remembrance, which is sometimes not good. This was the price, this campaign dollar amount was the price that was presented to the council last year, and then the council voted also unanimously to lower it to $450. So my question is, and that was done largely on the basis of obviously like financial resources, who has access to run, etc. Obviously like reimbursements is a thing that exists, but still upfronting that cost is like a burden for a lot of individuals. So like how are you addressing like the financial component of that? Like because they're spending more, right? They're upfronting more money.
Well, they have the ability to do so. Like right now, this doesn't. Right now, all this, like the changes I'm suggesting, all we do is level the playing field if you're purchasing products with them. Because you'd be at a disadvantage if you purchased environmentally friendly optics. So you wouldn't be able to produce, you wouldn't be able to purchase the same quantity of fires.
Okay, Dr. Yellen.
I have two concerns with this. One has to do with the accessibility of running for council.
Yeah.
I think the challenges that Johanna shared earlier really speak to it. We have a lot of students without resources to run a campaign. There's pressure to compete on the same level of spending as those ones running against. And we don't want to be raising the amount that people can spend in a way that those without resources feel like this isn't their council, they don't have the opportunity to run for office because they have an important voice and they need to be able to run for office on an even ground. So in my mind, the way to level it is to make a very small number across the board so that everyone can afford to run. It shouldn't really be about what do you spend money on that determines whether you can win an office or not. But on a separate front, I read this and I get so confused. What I see is a huge number of complaints filed with people challenging was something truly sustainable or not. There are so many things that could go wrong with something that has a recycled logo on it, this isn't, or any number of areas where the complexity of this can result in complaints, founded or unfounded, that can really bog down the investigations chair. I'm concerned about the complexity and how you enforce what someone may look at from the outside, not see as sustainable, and start to question spending.
For the first portion of that was like not increasing the, what's it called, the campaign spending amounts. That was running towards keeping that roots. For the second part, I think that the only way we'll know truly like what's gonna happen is if we try it and we see what happens and then propose suggestions. I think ultimately like it's a step in a positive direction because we are, I mean, even as a university standpoint, we're trying to for the promotion of the products. And I'm hoping that like it's going to be a learning period. It's going to be something that like we're just going to have to like the direct investigations that can I have to work on ironing out and fully making clear to candidates what is and isn't acceptable.
But it doesn't, if we, just to be clear, if we move it back to 500, that doesn't, like the adjusted price, that doesn't matter anymore, right? Like this whole environment, if you buy environmentally friendly stuff, you can increase your price, that wouldn't matter anymore if we lower the price by 500.
So it wouldn't, no, actually it would, because I would just say that in that case, we would just change up to $500 on the campaigns. I would say $500 adjusted dollars on the campaigns, so $670.
Okay, I'm confused by that. Wait, so what would the benefit be then of buying an environmentally friendly product?
So the way that I have it set up right now is not just that you get, the way that I have it set up now is that you can spend more than the spending limit if it's environmentally friendly, but because it's also actually building in a roughly $170 spending increase as well. So I'm saying we can remove the $170, just like $170 blanket spending limit and just incorporate the verbiage for adjusted. If you incorporate the verbiage for adjusted, you can spend over the 500 if the product's environmentally
Okay, maybe I'm just dumb, but like.
If you say like there's not a $670 cap.
Yeah.
It's for sustainable.
Okay, yeah, I get that. I'm just saying that the complexity of this, like, the fact that it's like confusing me, concerns me.
Well, one thing I would point out is like candidates would never like receive, they would receive this elections code, but in terms of what we would tell them, I think like when I first presented it, I saw a lot of nods because it made too much sense. Like this is the verbiage to make sure that we can actually enforce these things. This isn't like actually how we would explain these things.
Okay, Jonathan is in Brandon. Oh, and then Orion.
So I guess like, what is your thoughts for like this like in the future? Like I know that your like positions for just this year, but in terms of like the future moving forward, because I see like our society as in general as every year environmentally friendly products get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So this, as time goes on, will allow people to spend more and more and more and more.
Yeah, I think we can maybe include a clause that says like it could, like the deduction should be revisited. I actually calculated 33% in a very in a manner that was, I guess, like how it makes sense. So what I did is I went on to like my favorite like printing vendor. It was like one of the cheapest that I found. And then I went and I looked at quotes for the same like size products, color front and back, the flyers, and then I compared what the ratio difference was. And so the eco-friendly products costed 33% more. They were 30% more expensive, which is why the code says 30%, because that's probably what candidates are going to be purchasing these flyers. I try to take that kind of approach. Only we make it.
Yeah, it's like Brandon and then somebody, Orion, and then Fletcher.
This is just like coming from like out of the first round. One thing I will say is one thing we discussed a lot was like how do we make rules more clear and concise and easy to follow. And I understand like you wouldn't necessarily tell candidates like all this, but it would make it a sanctions magnet. And the fact is even if you buy, let's say like organic apples that you're gonna hang no seriously. Like organic apples that you're gonna hand out and like you want to say, I'm not saying that's necessarily environmental, but you want to say like this is like something I want to do for that, and then there's an argument. Okay, well, is this actually that? Is it like what type of organic is it? Because there are many types. Like you could become really, really, really hectic very fast.
Orion, and then Fletcher, and then Millen, and then Lily, and then Naomi, and then Navi. Oh, yes, yes.
I would say that the complexity I understand, and I worked, as you remember, I worked extremely diligently with both you and the Chief Justice to simplify certain parts of election code. The way that this is set up is so that it tries to mitigate against the coming sanctions magnet. That's why the verbiage is there. That's why it's so that's why it has to be written out in that way. So that way when my investigations director gets a complaint, they can throw it out the window if it doesn't comply with this. That's why the verbiage has to be there. And I have to say that we have to give it a go to figure out what exactly needs to change. There's just no way. And I think that I can try to sum it up again and kind of go the overarching way that it's going to be presented to candidates, but I think the speaking it in terms of saying it is a lot easier than understanding it from the context of this code.
Okay. Orion and then Kalechi and then Okay, Orion. Yeah, no.
Okay, so I like the motivation behind this. I know that when I ran, I was reading through the code and I was pestering the election board chair about a lot of things. What does this mean? What does that mean? And this is just something else that I know people that when they're running, if you look at this, it's it's very confusing. And this complexity that lengthens the code, it's just and this thing only happens once a year. And so the amount that we're saving the environment, versus the amount of pain that we're going to go through for this, I don't feel it's worth it. And I think if there are other solutions that we could try, for example, we could do something where at the end of Bruin Walk, we put a flyer return bin so that when people are done with the flyers, they can put it back in and reuse them, or something like that. Could potentially reduce the amount of flyers we have. But in this case, it's so complex and yeah.
So I can understand where you're coming from in terms of the complexity to kind of understand, but that's why the election board exists, the resource to understand the elections code. I would try to encourage, because other council members have brought this concern too, complexity that it would bring me and like the elections board, and introducing it after believing that I think that we can do a solid job of implementing it, and that we're equipped to do so. So I wouldn't necessarily present on our workload. And I feel like you brought up some good points about other things we can do, but I would also disagree with the fact that, like, yes, it only happens once a year, but it's still like an action, a tangible action that we're taking to like make a statement, even if it is small. And at the end of the day, it's not even necessarily that small. I'm thinking about like $2,000-3,000, $2,000-3,000 like quantity flyers, which I don't know, maybe doesn't sound reasonable, some of the candidates that have run in the past, times 40 candidates, $120,000, 120 like quantity like cardstock flyers. I think that ends up making a difference of some sort. I'm not saying everybody's going to take advantage of the environmental kind of like what's the deduction that we built in, but it still allows us to do so.
Okay, wait, there was a board collection.
Thank you.
Somebody else.
Somebody else. Okay.
No, it was Naomi the Middle Way.
No, it was me and then Lily.
No, that was
Like current candidates were on a $500 adjustable.
Yeah, so I'm gonna remove I'll go from 6,700 to 500 based on those concerns.
Okay, so then I guess, like, what happens to not stop people from endlessly purchasing like additional sustainable products? Like, maybe I'm not understanding, but I'm just guessing without like any ceiling, without any cap, like, what prevents a candidate from buying additional sustainable things they otherwise wouldn't because they're allowed to within sustainability?
So the cap is 500 adjusted dollars, and adjusted dollars is the actual cost minus the deduction, so there is the cap. The adjusted dollars is the cap.
Okay, yeah.
So
I don't think
the actual cap is with the 33% added on. So that means the actual cap is 500 and whatever 33% of 500 is. If the deduction is 33%, right?
The deduction is 30% per a specific item that's environmentally friendly, not a blanket across all candidate expenses. So like.
But like the max.
But like
the max is so like there's a difference between the max real and the max so the max amount of real money you can spend.
It's above 500.
Above 500. It's like
Yeah.
like 600-700 something.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
That's only if you produce. That's if you do all of your campaigns, you spend all $500. That's a theoretical max. I don't think anybody's in the first one is to spend that much money on just pure flyers.
Okay, I would disagree. I think that goes back to what we were talking about with firing, is that like, if people know that they have the opportunity to spend more than 500 as long as it's adjusted and like environmentally friendly, like they're going to do that. Like they're going to spend as much as possible all base. And I think like, given the complexity of all of this, it definitely.
So
Wait, can I ask one?
Yeah.
I think I finally get what you're saying, which is that like you can't buy like sustainable wood for your, what is it called?
Honestly, I'm sure.
Yeah, and like you can't, like it's hard to
Or
find
it's
like a
labeled
sustainable like
That's it.
t-shirt.
There's no universal definition of
You're
what's
not
sustainable.
gonna get sustainable printing ink, like.
No, but that's
Yeah,
also.
I agree.
So
But I don't want
that
to put them
670 is
in
gonna drop.
So like these.
That's my second question. I can go there. It's just like, so like, I guess what are you currently planning on, like making your metric, like making these metrics run, what is sustainable and content for this adjusted?
It's in a language there, so it's the source materials contained in the products, i.e. recycled material gathered from natural source, the manner in which the campaign material is used, i.e. using water bottles, the way campaign material is produced.
Wait, what was that last part?
It's sections, or not sections, really. Possible.
I don't know, I just, I don't know, I just assumed there was
Lily, Isabel, and then I. And Millie.
No, I'm good.
Millie.
Okay, I don't agree with the like utensil stuff or like water bottles and reusable materials, but Naveen did talk about this like in this language because, for example, something GIF does or tries to do, contrary to belief, is we subsidize what would be the
sustainable cost. For example, GCDP came in to TGIF, and they were like,
Oh,
they wanted us to fund the whole Senate.
because they did before.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Past commissions. And I said, that's not the purpose of TGIF, I'm sorry. And then I said, we will fund the sustainable alternative for like up to a certain quota of sustainable, like, we will subsidize. It's, I don't know if that makes sense, like, sustainable items, like recycled t-shirts or like organic, like, even if you look at it from like labor distribution, like good, like quality t-shirts that are not made in like factories and like oppressive labor, like that is going to be more expensive. So the adjustment changes that, and I was gonna work with Navi and Jessica to make a list of like specific vendors and like specific sustainable t-shirts or printing. Like we were gonna make like a cheat sheet of sustainability. I don't think anyone's listening to me.
Yeah, okay, so I want to clarify, like, I worked with Lily on this to try to like bring in the fact perspective. And I want to address those concerns that like this will allow us to buy more / spend more. No, that's like the reason why the reduction is in the first place, is because those materials are more expensive, like by their very nature, the way they're produced, make them more expensive. And the example that I mentioned of like flyers, like to get the same quantity of flyers, you have to spend 32% more if it was environmental. It's like allowing you to purchase the same amount. Yeah, and I mean, there's no way regulating the economic purchase the same amount. The way that I'm doing it is by doing 32%.
I think Robert said I was in it. Oh, okay. I did wait, can you skip that someone else?
Okay, would you consider, like, in order to make this a little bit more understandable and a little bit less confusing, would you consider like listing specific vendors that are approved by?
Yeah. So Lily and I were going to work on the examples. We didn't want to like, we didn't want to like specify exactly the elections code because we didn't want to endorse specific vendors. But there will be a cheat sheet created.
But if I may continue, specifically for like printing paper and not anything else.
Just like that also.
Like, no, I mean like taking out literally everything else and only for printing paper. Like,
I mean,
only for flyers.
There's sustainable models.
Like, I know, that's what I'm saying, like, we just limited this year for just printing flyers to make it really easy and simple while we work out the entire system. And then next year, if election board wants to expand it to t-shirts or something like that, they already have a working system that they can use. Yeah.
Regardless, I think something needs to be added that says like the deduction amount or something like needs to be reviewed every year, every 2 years, something like that, to reflect the changing cost of sustainable products.
Yeah. Brian?
I still think from an equity perspective, this is not a good change because once again, people are able to find ways to get around spending limits and spend more on campaigns. Like that's the only consideration that matters for that issue specifically. If you have exceptions to rules like this, this is very well intentioned, by the way, and I completely understand where it's coming from, and it wouldn't make our campaigns more open and it would make them more sustainable. But I think one issue, there was a Daily Bruin editorial that came out today about this that discussed like how do we make elections, besides just changing the election code, fundamentally more like open and accessible. And the biggest thing I think is like spending. And if you're giving loopholes to people to be able to spend, I understand it's like out of like good faith, but you're giving loopholes to people to spend more money for whatever reason, if it's not guaranteed to be reimbursed. So unless everybody will for sure have the whole thing covered, then you're giving a special privilege to certain groups over others.
Okay, just to respond to that first part of it, like the elections covered, this would be my same report to Daily for opinion concept, whether it's it doesn't increase voter turnout as a magical document, it's the guiding principles of how we run the elections. The way that everything else is done, the way that we increase voter engagement, et cetera, it can be embedded in mechanisms to the election code, that's a separate thing. This is just a governing document, so I want to put that aside. The second thing is I'm still having trouble understanding, like, this isn't a loophole, like, this is a specific, extremely intentional way for students to, like, frankly, like, express their desires to be, like, sustainable. Like, it makes no sense that even if you're running back and can't buy this, that you would be disadvantaged if you bought, like, recycling materials or, like, sustainable t-shirts. And on top of that, it's like, it's not like they can do whatever they want. There's still the elections board executive committee, there's still the elections board investigations committee that determines what actually is sustainable per these, per the guidelines that I'm recommending here, and per like actual product descriptions.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand it too, where I don't think that 33% gives anyone like more materials to advertise with. Like the 33% is there because it's cost 33% more to get the same amount of sustainable materials as non-sustainable materials.
Exactly.
So like if I were a candidate and I bought like 66 sustainable flyers and my opponent bought 100, right? No. We both bought 100 flyers, but I bought 100 sustainable ones and he bought 100 not sustainable ones. We would spend the same amount of money that was recorded.
You spend more money.
Right, I spent more, but we would spend the same amount of money that was recorded.
Yes. Per your actual expense.
So I feel like if anything, it just, the students that can afford more would, it's not like it's giving them any priority or any bias. It's just incentivizing the students that can spend more to buy sustainable features.
It's like a sustainability tax.
Yeah.
But where's the 33% coming from?
It's from.
No, I understand, but like, no, I'm still confused as to like why specifically, like, is there some like research that sustainable products cost 33?
He did the research.
It wasn't like I did strenuous research, I actually did try to find some numbers. What I did is like, if I was a candidate, I want flyers that are gonna be sustainable. I went to my, as I mentioned, my favorite vendor, it was like one of the cheapest vendors of flyers. I went on, I searched sustainable flyers, eco-friendly flyers, to pick the first 3 results, and then compared the exact same products, exact same quantity, not exact same products, the eco-friendly products, the same like quantity and specifications, and it was 33% more expensive for me to purchase the same quantity if it was environmentally friendly.
Thank you.
Mika, was your hand raised?
My hand's been raised.
Okay, it was not.
Naomi, it was Mika, and then it's Ron.
I just want to reiterate, and I don't know where this money would come from. I still do think, and not today, we should really focus on like reimbursements, because at one point, it kind of feels like we're punishing students who can't be sustainable.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, it puts them also in a bad light too, like.
It's not,
Yeah.
I got it.
I just wanted to respond. Oh wait. I just wanted to quickly respond to Naomi because she raises a valid concern, like penalizing people who can't be sustainable. Which is something like we went back and forward with, like I was like maybe TGIF can fund this next week, but TGIF doesn't want to like give advantage to candidates who know about TGIF or like would apply and get that money easier. So something that I talked about earlier, Jessica and I suggested was yeah. Okay, but anyway, something that I talked about earlier was like subsidizing costs, like giving an election worker to apply as an entity to TGIF for money for online campaigning, whether it be like data-driven advertisements or like the screens in Acronym or wherever, like we'd be more inclined to do that. And like like I said, like we don't want to do reimbursements because otherwise they'd have to have the TGIF logo on everything, and like that's gonna be a really hard thing to keep
track at. And we just don't think it'd be like the most fair like system. So we would rather give the money to the election board. Like the election board applies, like we would give it to them and they would distribute it through online campaigning. That's for all candidates. Like not just like one candidate is sustainable and does like online campaigning. It's like all candidates would be on like a slideshow that plays 24/7 or something like that.
I just want to say that still doesn't address the concern that still penalizing, like specifically low-income students who are not going to look firstly to like sustainable materials. How does it penalize them? I mean, they don't have the option to participate in that, so that's not equal access. If you don't have the option to participate in be sustainable, that's not equal access or equitable access.
I mean, other alternative to that, I would say, you're not just to think about it as greater good arguments in that case, which I'm not intending or wanting to make. It was more just like, well, then the downfall of that, I totally agree with your point, but another downfall is just not having sustainable material. Nobody at the end of the day would know the difference of just being put on camping expense.
Yeah, I think like they were saying before, there's different solutions to it, which revolves around like the reimbursement conversation. Like I think that, and I'm not entirely sure how reimbursements work. Maybe we can talk about that later. But like if we're able to reimburse the sustainable like features that students choose.
That's what my intention was when I started this conversation. When I first went to Lily to get her kind of guidance on this issue, that's where I was headed. This came out of that discussion regarding like TJ individuals, and there's a lot of regulations around it. This is simply just creating a trial run to figure out how we can get some sustainable features incorporated.
Okay, so my problem with that though, like the reference to being a trial run is that like, but even those like testing it out, like whatever we want to call it, the candidates that are running this year are like still impacted by like what Naomi was saying about the lack of accessibility, a lack of equity among the candidates. And I think that like when I'm comparing, like being sustainable is important, but like also having like an equitable and accessible election, I would argue is more like important. Like I would argue I would focus my attention on sustainability like elsewhere than like a USAC election if it comes down to choosing between being sustainable and being like equitable among candidates. That's just like my 2 cents on the matter. Oh, you can.
I would just say that like, and as I mentioned, I totally understand where I was coming from. It's like there's no disadvantage like in terms of actual campaign push created because you're still purchase the same amount, it's not the same purchasing power or the quantity that's output.
So is it on Lily?
I'd just like to restate my thought. If it's a trial run, let's just do it with sustainable flyers from like the top 3 vendors or whatever that you said, and then see how that goes. Because that seems way simpler than trying to regulate like a bunch of different vendors with a system that we don't even know if it works yet. With like, you know, like things that we've never even tried before and are trying to hash out at 10:30 on a Tuesday. Like, let's start small and let's not try to encapsulate the entire election as sustainable because, like, yeah, maybe it's not even equitable in the first place. And let's just try with something small that we know, like, is doable because we already know the vendors exist.
The language itself, though, I mean, I agree with you. You want to start off with the smallest scale, that's fine with me. The language is still the same for actually allowing it to take its course. Like the language itself that I was doing right now, it wouldn't change. It still have, like, if I was thinking about it right now, I just want to make flyers. Like, if I wanted to build this even for the next couple of years, it would stay the same exact thing. So it's like there's not a difference between what you're approving now versus what you actually want to implement. It's just a measure of how you want to do it.
I want to go back to Naomi's point. I think it's very important that we have equal access or equitable access. But I also want to highlight, like, I'm not advocating for it. It's just, like I said, like I like our TGI solution. But I think that, like, part of the reason we don't want to put the TGI logo and stuff on there is because this way, like, no one's going to be able to really tell the difference. Like, if you're wearing a t-shirt is a t-shirt. No one's going to be like, oh, that's only 85% recycled material. Like, no one's going to be able to see that if there's no kind of, like, like brand on it or and like logo. I don't know. I'm kind of over this conversation.
This is really just for candidates, helping this, someone helping the environment.
I don't think anyone's gonna even read this if we're being honest right now. Like,
No, they should, I'm gonna say like what they can say.
so can we just agree on the paper thing, the flyers?
If nobody's gonna read it, then why are we approving it? Like, that,
I also don't think, like, the election code is, it always ends up being like, I understand it's like specific for a reason, but also if you had a giant section of the election code that is untested, even if you have a very strong investigations committee, that sanctions will come out of this like crazy. Not sanctions, no, not wrong phrase. Judicial board lawsuits.
I agree with you, yeah.
It's a J board, you're delegating, I mean, just because there's any paperwork that comes out, it's not council's responsibility, it's then deferred out to the.
I don't think what Brandon's describing is like a paperwork problem. I think what he's describing is like confusion, like the fact that all of us elected officials who are like the USAC experts, like, right, this is the USAC experts right here, have been like confused us among students on campus. Like, this is the top 1% of people who know anything remotely what USAC stands for. And I'm saying, what my point is the fact that we've been deliberating this for an hour and like there's still confusion or lack of clarity concerns me. And I think that like at this point, I can't get a good grip on what council's feeling. So I think somebody should just motion and we should see what it is. And like Navi, you can give your final thoughts too. But like at some point we have to vote on this too. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Doctor.
There may be a way to achieve the two goals simultaneously, supporting negative sustainability and ensuring accessibility and equity. And it may be something as simple as saying all the materials need to be on recyclable paper. If there's not some entry into sustainability that doesn't have a choice, no one wants to be known as the candidate who's not sustainable. Nor to have to make a choice of spending more money on being that candidate.
Okay.
So if it were the same for everyone and there were requirements on sustainability, then you can stick with a reasonable spending limit and have something that is accessible and equitable.
Okay, not even Lily.
I mean, I think from like, I think that's a great point. The only issue that I would say with it is like, if we kept the spending limit as it is, then people would be able to, people are essentially getting less bang for the buck. And in addition, like, this isn't necessarily, this isn't meant to be like a campaign, but this is just meant to be like something to public work. And I think from that standpoint where it's like, those that, like, I guess, by enforcing everybody to do it, then I feel like you might actually end up creating that like distinction where it's like people that can't afford it won't be able to buy as much because at least they have an option to buy a cheaper option. Because the real amount spent is different than the spent. But under what you would say like a blanket sustainability, the real amount spent would be higher for both and it wouldn't be both. That makes sense. At least this gives students an option to pick the lower price point.
Yeah.
Okay, Jessica, tell me if I'm allowed to do this.
Love putting Jessica on the spot.
Okay,
Not gonna-
theoretically, say we just require all units to rent home recycled material. TGIF could fund the election board, the 33 extra charge, and they could distribute that equally amongst candidates, right?
I think
Or like,
No, that's a complicated question.
like that would be added to reimbursements budget. Like we'd be giving money to election board, not individual candidates.
Brandon?
also I think that would be, there might be larger legal issues around that. I don't know if you can require candidates to, like, you must buy recycled material. Like, candidates have a choice.
No one making them run an election.
No, but you have a right to. It does. I think it does create like a problem of choice where like a candidate has a right to run an election on like the values that they stand for, like whether we perceive those as good or bad, I don't know. I
will say there are, in other contexts of elections, legal ramifications, like with slate, what Dr. Hogan talked last year about slates. So I'm not trying to yeah, I agree with Brandon that like, we should be mindful of that, I guess. Yeah, you could.
I'm gonna make a motion.
Do it.
Alright, I motion to not approve, election code amendments 9.2.2 and 9.2.3.
I second.
Okay, John, seconds, all in favor?
Not approve, this is to not approve them.
We can not approve, we can make a motion.
Yeah, you can.
That was, the motion is to not.
The motion is to not approve.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all abstaining. 1, 2, okay, by motion of 10 to 0 to 2, the motion passes, and 9.2.2 and 9.2.3 are not approved. Navi, you can come, so your option now is to just leave it, or if you want, like in the next few weeks, come back with an altered version you can seek approval for again. My suggestion is that you I feel like the confusion surrounding this is going to continue to be a problem, but you can do what you want. If you want to present an altered version, you have the ability to do that, just so you know. Are you good? Okay, so we can move on then.
Robert, have you taken a vote on the rest of his proposed changes?
No, so we were gonna approve, I think, the rest collect, since I think there's a general consensus about the ones that we saw before that, my understanding is we're just gonna move through and then approve them collectively.
Wait, except for, what about the judicial portion?
Not consented to striking. The judicial board part where it says the judicial board cannot be overturned by you. So not consented to, you don't have to vote.
And then 9.2.1A was also, he consented to get rid of. That was.
Oh, you want to keep it 670?
Well, no, it wouldn't change at all, adjusted dollars. I consented to change the 670 to 500 adjusted dollars, but then adjusted dollars doesn't need to be added in there to see what the cost is going in.
But you still want it to raise to 670. You want it to stay at 500. So 6.2.1, the amendment is dead.
Okay, so he's removing that. He gets it, removing that. So we're good on that. Thank you.
Oh, no.
That's what I was like. I was trying to think what did she just say?
Could you please update the document so we can see that that's been.
Okay.
Could you please update the document to delete the 670?
He's gonna delete it. He can't alter it on the PowerPoint right now, but yeah, he's going to do that. He's consented to deleting the 670 part, so.
So it's gonna stay at 500?
Yes.
I was not.
No, that got tried last year, we bumped it down to people.
I know.
We're done, so we need to
have this.
Yeah.
I motion to approve the amendments to the election code.
Okay, is there something?
This and 2.11.
Yeah, so as amended,
As amended.
with all of you, what you considered.
I say.
Okay, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Am I miscounting? 11. Oh,
I'm abstaining.
Okay, are you abstaining? Okay,
I
so
don't know
by
what the
motion, you're good. By motion of 11 to 0 to 1, the motion passes and election code as amended is approved. Are you not? Yeah. Thank you for all your hard work on this. It's greatly appreciated. Our disagreements, like between council and you, are normal and happen all the time. I think I specifically really appreciate the work you put into this.
Thanks, Navi.
Thank you, Navi.
Thank you, Navi. We'll be in touch. I want a motion to amend the agenda to move my bylaw change up to staff has been sitting there for an hour and a half.
Apologies. Okay, so is there a second?
I second.
Okay, all there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can vote.
Oh.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sweet. By motion of 12 to 0, the agenda is amended.
I don't know if you want to pull it up on the laptop. I emailed it to all. No. It was like around like 3 p.m.
3:25.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. We can do it later. Basically, okay, so I'm sure all of you know AAC is in charge of overseeing the academic senate, making appointments to the academic senate. One of my platforms and something that I believe in strongly is stipending the work of academic senators. I have my chief of staff here if you have questions as to why we feel like that's really valid and why we stick by that. Because of that, we met with Dr. Geller last quarter, I think it was, and we went over like bylaw changes that needed to be amended to specifically AAC's role, but also like the appointments as is. And then I recommended the following bylaw changes. If y'all look here, the ones in red are like the new, like completely new literature or words that were added, especially because for some reason legislative assembly wasn't there, and like legislative assembly's AAC is one of AAC's biggest appointments. And then just word changes like committee on, changing the committee on diversity, equity, and inclusion because it's no longer diversity and equal opportunity. And then you go lower or within that same area, I just changed it to receiving a stipend, very similar to the president's appointments within the bylaws. And then within where it says academic affairs commissioners appointments, there's still 3 appointments that we are not going to be stipending, primarily because those appointments tend to just, we always get applicants for those, we don't really have to search very far. And they're usually very active with that meeting to provide incentives, so I didn't feel like it was necessary to do so right now. It's actually 4 appointments, sorry. And then the last part is just updating the AAC's role. I added, unless the Academic Affairs Commissioner chooses to sit on the committee, because that's de facto how it's done, but we just want to make it, we want to like explicitly state it. And then to sit on the Campus Safety Alliance as a voting member, we're already a voting member, we just wanted to reflect consistency within our bylaws.
One thing that may want to be clarified, since the student compensation policy specifies that no one can receive 2 stipends from SIOC, CRC, CAC, CPC, SRAC, SHAC, and USAC, that if any of the appointees are also receiving a stipend from any of those committees, they're not eligible for a second stipend, they get whichever one is larger. And that would apply not just to yours, but broadly across all stipended appointments. And what made me think of it is I see you have the ones that are being nominated by SIOC, and there are a few where they may take someone who's a member of the committee. And so that person can't get both an SIOC stipend and an AAC stipend.
What's also reflected in these bylaws too, and I talked to the SIOC chair about this too over the weekend, they're going to be pulled from like one pool of applicants, so it's not going to be like, there's not going to be multiple pools of applicants. The AAC and the SIOC are supposed to work together to publicize that application, so I think that that's something that can be addressed. I don't know if like CRC wants to work on that on their own, since it's not just gonna affect my office. What do you think, Joe?
started to talk about appointments, just to clarify that, in compliance with the student compensation policy, no individual can receive 2 stipends from, and that list of the 6 student committees and USAC.
We just approve that as amended, like without. Jonathan and Paul.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask why this wasn't sent to CRC.
Well, I asked Jessica and Dr. Geller if I needed to go through CRC, and they told me that I didn't. And I have also worked with Dr. Geller on the amendment, so, I just didn't go through it, I'm sorry.
Wait, well, what's the reasoning from Jessica and Dr. Go? I know it doesn't, it should, right?
When we talked at the start of the school year, for this year, you took a different approach. And you did it without the bylaw change, and that did not require CRC. So I think Jessica and I may not have been clear back in the fall when we had these conversations, that alternate approach you took did not require CRC. Typically, the actual bylaw changes go through CRC. But we probably weren't clear because over the course of those consultations, your approach changed.
There was a question over on this side. Oh, sorry, Lalo and Brandon, yeah.
I guess it's for Dr. Miller, because I know the second one is smart stipend to USAC, second to your office. So does that policy still apply to those stipends are coming from USAC? But
So, any USAC office is still a USAC stipend. And so it's just, one stipend only, whatever is largest from any USAC office or CDC, CAC, SRC, CRC, SHAC,
I was curious, I know like these are still like, or like,
they, once they become stipended, they go from being consent items to being action items. And so they would go through the formal ARC process.
Question, does that mean that the people who I've already appointed this year?
No.
No.
New appointments after the bylaws are put into effect.
Right.
Just a procedural question, again for Dr. Geller. In general, internal bylaws don't need CRC approval, right? Like internal bylaws, so like council-wide bylaws might, but do internal bylaws, because like I know IVP, Kimberly, you had some bylaw changes or made a big.
They went through ARC, so they all have to go, even your own office bylaws, like they're in the, you're talking about your office ones.
I don't have office bylaws.
Anything written in the bylaws
Should.
typically goes through
Okay.
the CRC process. Any stipended appointment goes through the full ARC process. Non-stipended appointments go through an abbreviated ARC process where ARC gets the resumes or applications, but doesn't have to do interviews, and council doesn't have to interview. Guidelines for funds that one office administers are consent items that come straight to council as guidelines.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions about this, or is there a motion?
Are we allowed to motion because it hasn't gone through?
I motion to approve.
Well, to answer your question, this is a valid question. If you like, yes, we just should go through it in the future.
it's not required, it's just kind of.
Yeah, that's what I was told, it was highly recommended, but it wasn't required, and I thought since I was working on it with Dr. Geller, and she always advises us on these bylaws and rules, I thought I was amazing.
CRC is the best.
Okay, wait, I just want to clarify, it's not
CRC has no recommendation because we never saw it until we got that email.
okay, it just says, I'm just making sure the bylaws, that if necessary, to the bylaws, the Constitution.
I motion to approve the bylaw changes for active affairs commission appointments. I second.
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Someone step out, show this count.
Tarzan.
Okay, by motion 11 to 0. Yeah. Okay.
You're at 12.
No, we're on 13.
Tara hasn't been here the whole time.
Yeah, wait, okay, sorry, just raise your hands again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. By motion of 12 to 0, the motion passes and bylaws are approved. Okay, we're done with all of that. Officer reports. President, okay, make this quick. This is subject to change, so I don't want to say this and then you all hold me to it. But as of now, my quarterly student body email, I don't have a lot that there's nothing really that I told Preston that I need to send out, besides I think I'm going to send out a reminder about the upcoming elections. So if you all have things that you all would like to use that platform for, please ask me and send me what you want in an email. So I can do it anytime it's quarter, but I can only do one a quarter. So I don't want to waste that opportunity. So I'm going to send an email, and if you all suggest things, I'm going to definitely use it to publicize the upcoming elections. That is subject to change if something comes up that I feel is important, or I feel like I should use that email on. I have the right to do that. That's just all I'm saying. But for now, if you all have something that you all want included in that email, send it to me. Wait, what's the what?
I was gonna say, a lot of us have survey that, and so we compiled a USAC open surveys that are after we're looking maybe we can, I don't know if it's we have a tiny URL that's fact surveys, and then we have different surveys that have different rewards.
Okay, yeah. Other questions about that?
Honestly, what's your sense of
So if you all don't send me stuff, I'll probably send one around week 8 or week 9. So preferably within the next week if something comes up. Don't just send me stuff just to send me stuff because you want to send me stuff. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Okay. So other than that, okay, so we've been doing a lot of work in the office with engaging online and in social media, just with what you all are doing, reaching out to your offices and publicizing that online. We've been working on a lot of sustainability initiatives in my platform 3, specifically in regards to working with the Hill. That's just been through ongoing negotiations, specifically in terms of laundry contracts. I keep saying that I have good news about that, but I don't want to say it until it's confirmed and finalized. Steve announced it. Okay, so we got the laundry essentially almost cut in half. We got, I'm pretty sure, $1 off, everything.
$1 wash, 75 cents.
Yeah. Yes. So we have and a really big shout out to my platform. They've been through a series of negotiations with Steve Dundish and then also Peter Angelis, and after through that process we got it reduced. So really I'm proud of them. I'm proud of the work they did. Kind of a lot of things that I think are essentials on campus, which blue books, scantrons, laundry, that all adds up. Ultimately, they cost, and ultimately perceptually students shouldn't have to pay for that stuff in the first place, at least to the extent that they are currently paying for it. So I really appreciate them, and also Res Life and Housing for doing that work with us, and appreciate you all for that. Platform 3, the Gender Recognition Act Task Force is wrapping up. If you all have any final anything that you want in gender inclusive policies for campus, this is the place to tell them. The report is being finalized and it's going to be sent to council just to look at and look over. Probably I've definitely indicated that I want that done, as well as other constituencies like Queer Alliance, my Platform 3 committee that's about accessibility and gender inclusivity. So just be on the lookout for that. If you all have anything that's coming up, let me know. It's a really broad, comprehensive policy that was kind of overseen by the chancellor and the vice chancellors. So be on the lookout for that. Other than that, I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. Slack is coming up. That's important. So Slack is being hosted at Pitzer. It's totally an optional thing if you all want to go or not go. Obviously, I'll be going since these schools supported us when they came out to Slack here. So it's the 5th conference that they're hosting. Pitzer's part of the Claremont colleges. That's coming up, I believe, in the end of February. So be on the lookout for that. I believe they're trying to beat our record for how many students in schools we have come out to UCLA for Slack.
Why do they have another one?
Like, what is the value of Slack?
No, not about like if there was already Slack, like why does it have to be one?
No, that's a fair question. So yeah, I think, and I was not a part of Slack at the beginning when they decided this, but they usually do quarterly meetings to like update about progress. No,
Usually it's stuff happens.
no. So I think the intention of it was so that there's like updates on progress that they like along the lines is later on that have reached progress on, for example, like affordable solutions or something. So that was the purpose. No, thanks for asking. Other than that, that's about it for me, I think. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I can be.
Cool. So there's a Campus Safety Alliance meeting tomorrow from 5 to 6 p.m. in the same room in John Wooden Center. There is a grassroots networking fair being hosted at Bullen Plaza next week on Wednesday from 8:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. And then on the same night, the True Run Race ceremony is going to be happening at the LATC. I still don't know where the place is, honestly. It's a room there, but it's very hard to find, I believe. Yeah, but Deepa Nisi is going to be there as well as some folks from the Dean of Student BOS office. And then, IDP Partnership Fund, the application has dropped. We have about $12,000 to give out to student organizations. I was presenting the funding guidelines later on in the meeting. And other than that, the IDP office has the Speak Out Against Use/Living Health Field Survey. Thank you to FSC for posting about it. I wanted Martin to work with you because I knew that you brought that up to the council earlier last
one. Okay, yo. So the most present thing is we just dropped our survey earlier today. For students who kind of know about like UC had any concerns and issues we had with it. So if y'all could share that'd be great. We kind of like compile data so we have like a large amount of this. We can try to like UC had reps on campus and see if there's any like structural change or anything that we can like address specifically. So y'all could share that'd be great. Anyone that fills out the survey and provides an email will also be sent an email informing them of like their rights as student workers as well. So I think it's a really cool thing we're doing to like make sure like we're not just taking info, but also like giving back information. So that's that. I didn't even hear that even let me do that yesterday. About sledges charging like getting those reduced or waived for anything for students and she helped me coordinate all meetings with like just the larger like players for people that can like influence that decision. So that should be coming up over the next week. I think that's it.
Number 2.
Right. Similar updates to before, and more computational stuff regarding elevators, other stuff regarding my so that's cool. All right. I think, Robert, I will ask you to post some stuff about in that email you have to fill out about the bus. That would be awesome.
Okay, great, cool.
Number 3.
No comment. Thank you.
Should have told me it's right.
Okay, so we just dropped the flyer for Central American Counter Spaces. That is happening February 26th, just for people who don't know. It's an event that we created last year in partnership with UNICA, the Central American student organization here on campus. It successfully, like us together, successfully launched the first Central American gallery art space here on UCLA's campus, so we're bringing it around for another time. This year's theme is called Intergenerational Resilience. So if y'all know anything about the Central American community, it's that it's a very resilient community. They've been through a lot of trials and tribulations, but they also have so much to give to and contribute to our society, and they have for a very long time. So we just want to give them a platform and we are primarily doing that through art. So if y'all know anybody who is Central American who wants to speak on their experiences or who's just creative and has art that they want to share, please send them my way. Yeah, and even if you're not Central American, you're really encouraged to come because a lot of us live amongst Central Americans and we never even know it. So yeah, y'all are all invited to that. We are launching our study space survey at the end of this week. We are also going to be including like giveaways or an incentive to get people to actually fill out the study space survey. One thing that I wanted to bring to everyone's attention is we're primarily also looking at extension cords. Most of the time when you're at a study space, you know, our phones, laptops, iPads are always dying, so we really want to interrogate like, are people not leaving their rooms, or people not leaving their rooms if they don't have access to study spaces? And AAC is primarily looking at possibly studying extension cords in various different study space locations. So that's one thing. This week, Vice Chancellor Michael Beck reached out to Kim, Robert, and I, and he was letting us know that they are going to be starting a task force to look at mitigating past impacts associated with fires. So he's primarily thinking about implementing like a matrix to kind of see like if this air quality gets this poor, then we may consider canceling classes at this time. So we're going to be discussing that. So if you guys have any thoughts on that, my commission is definitely focused on that, and so is Campus Safety Alliance and Kim. And we know that that's always been a contentious topic. He's also, I mean, he talked about it the other time that he was here, but snow days, there's an implementing snow days, so if you have thoughts on that, I would love to hear it.
Can I suggest, I found his reply to your rules are already now to be. I think that it would be beneficial as a rule to push, is there should be a representative from Campus Safety Alliance and from USAC. Because I feel like his perception is still problematic in the sense that it like treats those as one and the same, when like the whole point of CSA is to not be the same as council.
Because that, he has like a list of the people that he's included,
It's-
right?
yeah.
And it's, yeah, I'm confused because it says USAC and then internal vice president. So that's why I assumed my other email that it's gonna be Naomi.
Yeah, and I also thought that there was two very different reasons why he was present. Like I'm kind of concerned about like classes and attendance, and you know, well, safety too, but like safety is the word.
Overall, I think if you all want to respond to that and then say that you said no to that, right?
Yeah.
It's up to you all, but I thought that I was concerning.
I mean, you should reply to it, I'll just follow.
We can follow.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I like that. And then the last thing that BAC is working on is a proposal to the academic senate, in terms of like textbook affordability and just academic material affordability.
Thank you. Cece's not here, so Jonathan, Community Service Commission.
What about the problem?
Campus Service Commission. It's still CSC.
Hello. I'm going to Impact this weekend. Yay!
Woo!
So hoping for what did she say? Hoping for a logistically smooth and not stressful time. Our VCH Vietnamese Community Health is having a fundraiser at Rubio's tomorrow from 4 to 9 p.m. Come out and support in Ackerman, so super easy. Our directors of analytics are starting a workshop series on data in service and how to use data in service. So their first workshop is tomorrow. It's on gathering your data, so learning how to effectively and efficiently gather data for your service org. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. in Kirkhoff 408. You can email analytics@uclacsc.org with questions. There will be snacks. They've worked really hard on this. They're really excited about it, so come through. I think that's it for me today. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Collecty.
Okay. In Lynn Cat, we have work hip hop congress had a workshop today, which was a hip hop dance workshop. It was really cool. Did not get to go because I was here. But they brought some men along and showed really cool stuff and we're just tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Like it always is. And Thursday, Concerts has a Black Glove event. I don't remember the two performers, but they usually have a concert on Monday, so this is a special one, so I'm really excited for that. Outside of that, we just have a study hall this week, and the interns have started their project. They're doing, like, they have an IGTV series. It's really exciting. It's called The Recap, which is really cool if you haven't seen it. Like, right now it's just a preview, and they're amazing and so talented. I can't wait to see the rest of it. I highly suggest looking at it. It's called The Recap because it's like the cap recap. It's about who we are, what we do, transparency, but also cool and on brand. So yeah, I think that's it for me this week. That's all I'm gonna do. They're having pop-up shops, like it's really
Hi, I'll keep it short. Room bazaar is tomorrow from 9 to 5 in Moon Plaza. Swing by, get something for your food, donate your shit, whatever. And then, our Aussie petition is out. I sent it to all of you. Please share that with your friends, your roommates, your residents, your office, whoever. I just want to reiterate that TGIF has had money for Aussie sitting in reserve for a very long time. Like how long, Jessica? Years.
Probably at least like 2 years.
Yeah, so this money is just sitting there. We would fully fund Aussie for at least the pilot. The Hill would save at least $400,000 in, like they would save $400,000 at least, because they're currently spending that much on single-use plastics or what they consider compostable materials. With that money, with that saving of money, we're hoping to advocate for more equitable meal plans and more affordable housing options and subsidies to students that need them. And ASUCLA has agreed to follow the Aussie program if the Hill implements it first. So Calberg talks about banning single-use plastics. We could literally do it if Aussie passes. The only issue right now, because the Hill is like pretty on board, the only issue is student interest and the dishwasher, because their dishwashers, they're worried that their dishwashers won't have capacity. But I say we implement a scrape-off system where everyone scrapes their food into a compost bin. Less work for the dishwasher to put in the dishwasher. I've also offered to pay for a new dishwasher, at least partially. So yes, please share this. It could actually be very impactful on our campus. That's it from that.
Let's see.
Okay, so our tent and supplies are being ordered for the Reproductive Justice Health Center, and the tent will be up and ready week 1 of spring quarter. We currently have collaboration from the LGBTQ Center, SWC, Queer Alliance, Femme News Magazine, Broomgirls, UCWLC, and more. And then we have 2 workshops coming up through fundamental rights. So the first one is a forum on February 20th regarding the usage of community health deal, which will be in Royce 160 from 6 to 7 p.m. and it's in collaboration with IVP. And then the second is a Know Your Rights workshop on March 5th from 6 to 7 p.m. in Humanities A48, which is in collaboration with Sexperts and Broom Consent Coalition. And then for my UC Affordability Committee, our publicity campaign against tuition hikes in collaboration with EVP is on its way. My staff is attending Student Resource Center workshops to gather information and create scholarship graphics and resources for students through our office, which will be posted. And then we're also creating a study abroad transparency report for students to have an easy and accessible way to understand the costs that are correlated to study abroad. Our meal swipe petition is still up, so please encourage your offices to fill it out. It's tinyurl.com/FSC meal swipe. We actually made public comment yesterday about the on-campus meal swipe problem at the housing town hall, and we're working with different campus food insecurity student orgs such as Swipe Out Hunger and Eat Well. And then our Bruin Card Fee Waiver program will begin February 17th, so that's Monday of next week. And we are sending emails to professors and departments about mandatory printing, as well as asking them to include in their syllabuses the paragraph about the resources UCLA has for students without laptops. We're also meeting with the math department about eliminating the costs on their placement exams, and we're hoping to expand this to other departments who have like required fees for placement exams. And lastly, our apartment hunting workshop is on February 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. in Royce 156. And we have speakers from the financial wellness program that will be there, along with free food. And then I'd really appreciate if your offices could share like the post that FSC made for it today to your accounts. FSC is also hosting a Women in Financial Services breakout session at the UC Women's Leadership Conference on March 8th in AGB, as well as a networking booth for students to learn about our financial resources on campus. And we're planning a day-long financial literacy resource event in AGB in April, and collaborating with orgs on campus who offer financial resources so that students can go to like one day-long giant event during the day, like on a weekday, and learn about specific topics such as earning income, savings, taxes, FAFSA from booths that they're choosing. And we're organizing our Hire for Hire event and applying for funding for it, but it'll basically be an event where students can apply for a professional attire scholarship, and then FSC will take in with JCPenney, who has agreed to subsidize their attire for this program.
Thank you. Okay, Student Wellness Commissioner.
Long one today. Apologies, but not really, because I'm proud of my office. So Active Minds had a successful Women's Reproductive Health event yesterday. Bruin Necessities quarterly menstrual hygiene fair is on Thursday on Bruin Plaza. There's going to be giveaways to just like anyone who stops by, like little packages to like destigmatize menstrual hygiene and menstruation, and then art making for their art gallery display next week. They're also having a 3-week long hygiene drive with Bruins for Accessible Resources, weeks 6 through 8. So there's donation boxes outside SWC's office, which is 308 Kirchhoff, outside Good Clothes Good People in SAC, and in the Rice Center in Louval. And you can donate like any hygiene product, like shampoo, soap, anything like razors, etc., like lotion, list goes on. And then Run Walk registration is open. So far 220 people have signed up, and the website has gotten over 2,300 views. Body Image Task Force has BCC has a Peace Over Violence Empowerment Self-Defense class next Wednesday from 4 to 6 p.m. and a consent training for a group on campus, or a few different groups on campus on this coming Monday. Earth has an upcycling event with the Medical Aid Initiative on Wednesday the 19th at Royce 152 from 6 to 7 p.m. Search's Kirchhoff Art Gallery exhibition, which is basically a exhibition highlighting failure and like failure as a student and as a professional. It's called We Regret to Inform You, Reflections on Rejection and Resilience is like up in the gallery this week. Sexperts had their Snacks and Sex Ed workshop today with Queer Alliance as part of Pride Week in Bradley Hall. And they also have 4 different workshops lined up at Dykstra, Reber, Hedrick, and Sunset Village this week. And there's a new YouTube video up on body hair and different opinions on it. Student Health Advocates has a stress loss presentation on the Hill next week. Total Wellness has a Valentine's Day string painting event with like different giveaways in Dixon Court on Thursday from 11 to 3 p.m. They also have a bullet journaling workshop next Wednesday in Covell from 7:30 to 9 p.m. And then I'm sure Isabel's going to talk about this, but Student Health Network, oh yeah, she sent it to us. There's also a like letter of support going around for students with dependents priority enrollment. So I kind of linked that. And yeah, that's it.
Hi, study hall tonight for lots of snacks. I'm gonna need them because I'm here. And yeah, Nika mentioned this already, but I will be asking you all later to sign on a letter of support for the Parenting Students with Dependents Initiative for the priority enrollment. We presented it today to the Students with Dependents will be, like, kind of cycling around with relevant student groups. So if you know a student group that would like to send out to it, please contact me, because we have to turn everything in by Friday. So everything is done basically by like Friday at noon, so that I will be going over everything and making sure it's like in its prime form, and then sending it to the academic senate. And then we were invited to present it ourselves to the academic senate on the 21st, which is next Friday. That's it for me.
I saw Shahana.
Hi. So I'm gonna keep it real quick. We have one event next week on Wednesday. And I'll invite y'all. So if y'all could like click going on that, it's like it's a panel, an alumni panel specifically for international students, and especially dealing with like visa and how that works, whether you want to go to med school, grad school, or you want to get a job. So if y'all know any international students, please refer them to the event. Yeah, thank you.
I've said it like 4 weeks in a row now, but please sign the petition. tinyurl.com/parenting petition. Please sign it. Please share it with your friends. We really want a lot of people to sign it. An NFL player will be posting it at some point this week, which is super cool because he's an alum and a child of a single mother. So that's cool. But please sign it. I'm really begging you all.
Hi. We had the town hall yesterday. That was successful. A lot of people came out. We've been working on our own Hill elections, and that started. So candidates are applying. We should have the half of the next executive board ready by next week. So that's there. Don't really have a lot of new updates, but I'd just like to use this time to reach out once again and say if there's any sort of programming or support any of y'all would like from the Hill or residential life in general, please let me know. Reach out to me. I'd be happy to coordinate with you to streamline that process or just make that happen. Thank you.
Admin reps, Josh.
Covell Dining will be closing on spring break. And so it's not reopen until fall.
This will be my last few weeks of ever eating Covell.
So go to Covell, eat
there for lunch.
And then just register to vote and tell everyone you know to register to vote.
That's the training. Maybe we don't do that big, but that's the hopefully it's going to like a national space.
It will turn into a nice time space when we reopen in fall, but not until then. It will still be. Yes, it will be a dining hall. But there will be a late night study in there, and it's going to be really nice because during renovation they're putting down plugs, and there will be so much power in there that we have.
Power's dishwasher.
That was funny. Are they extending hours of the other dining halls?
They are. Yep. Other dining facilities will be extended hours. Feast will take the place of Covell in the exact same hours that Covell is open. And then just check the timing. And then the new Denev Grab and Go will open at the beginning of spring.
Okay. Jessica, Fernando.
I just want to say we're testing these mics today. They're wireless. You have to press to turn them on, so I haven't seen. Let's check too.
They're so cool.
Ours off only to get rid of it. They're so cool.
Can we have one for every council member? Motion to impeach Robert. Seconded.
What did I do? Behind the mics is if the audio might be captured better on the stream. So I guess for today, I looks like
Well, can we just like keep them on? You can. You know, that sounds dangerous. Oh yeah, Lily, I lost yours earlier.
No, we're moving on,
I just
okay.
sent it to everybody present.
Okay, Jessica.
Thank you, Robert. So just a quick reminder to fill out the form that I sent earlier for 417 reservations, so we can get them on the books for spring quarter. Every office will get 1 hour, except for week 3 and week 5 where funding hearings occur. You will obviously not get that week and that hour, so please remember to check your reservation summary when you get it. And then we'll try to let you know as soon as we can if the funding hearings change or are canceled so that you can use the space. And then secondly, Bruin Day is coming up in April and in May for transfers. So every year the ASUCLA does a specific Bruin Day display that features a lot of different photos of USAC offices and events throughout the year. So if your office has any event photos that you want to highlight, please start collecting those, and you can send them to me now, or I'll try to send an email later to remind you all. But I imagine since it's early April is the first one, we'll probably need stuff in by mid-March latest.
Just to add on to Jessica, what she's saying, Robert will be giving a speech at Bruin Day, and Robert wants to focus that speech on, not Robert. Robert wants to focus that speech on why USAC is important. So Robert wants suggestions from offices of work that I can highlight, because I want to make sure the freshmen come in with a positive attitude of USAC. So please forward Robert things that you want to highlight about your office.
Robert, you should just let us give the speeches.
I mean, honestly, we can do this.
My first suggestion is that Robert stops being the third person.
Robert is done.
Fernando.
It's not cute.
Okay. We're moving on. New business. Yay. Woo! IPD partnership fund.
I sent you all the guidelines, it's just consent items, so if anyone opposes, please let me know.
Is there any opposition? Okay, if there's no opposition, then the IPD partnership fund guidelines are approved. Community fund funding guidelines. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me Is there a motion, or no, is there any opposition? Okay, if there's no opposition, community funding partnership guidelines are approved. Letter of endorsement for priority enrollment and parenting students. Isabel sent it out. Has got anything to add to it?
No, just please endorse. I beg you. If you have questions on it, I feel like it's pretty comprehensive, but I can answer your questions if you have questions on it. If you've read it. Oh my god.
Yeah, Brandon.
Motion to approve the letter of endorsement for priority enrollment for parenting students.
Second.
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I did it right this time. By a motion of 12 to 0, the motion passes, and the letter of endorsement for priority enrollment for parenting students is approved. Okay, I want to make this super short. I want to make sure that everybody feels adequately prepared for what a referendum is, the timeline, process, all of. The only reason I'm doing this is because a lot of you individually have come to me, and also Dr. Geller has expressed that a lot of you or that people have talked to her about this. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Does everybody understand the process of what a referenda is, the timeline, etc.?
Yeah.
Okay, as long as everybody knows that if you are working on a referenda, that you need to submit that language to Dr. Geller by week 8 to be sent to UCOP, then we are good. Is that cool? We will be dealing with presentations probably throughout the next, rest of the quarter about these referenda as they come through council. Yes.
So they have to be presented
No, so the referenda do not have to be approved by council until like the day that we approve the ballot, but they have to be, the draft of the finalized language has to be done by week 8. And that draft can change. It gets sent to UCOP with recommendations that come back to put it into like compliance with UCOP policy. So like there's no lumping, you can't lump referenda together, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. We good?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, please listen after I adjourn because I want to talk about something. Okay, I'm adjourning at 11:24 p.m. I think that we should